Chapter 2042. Speaking of this, Chu Liuyue's expression became slightly restrained. Yes. This time, Taizu wanted to keep a low profile, so he had already said that there was no need to send him off and left with the others. Tang Ke's tomb is still very attractive to Taizu. No, it should be said that it was the same for all artificers. In the entire Divine Ruins world, after Tang Ke and Mr. Su, no one else had successfully refined a sacred artifact. Countless people had racked their brains for this, but they had never been able to break through that layer of shackles. Now that the opportunity had come, perhaps Tang Ke's tomb contained the opportunity and secret to refining a sacred artifact. Who wouldn't be tempted? Suddenly, Chu Liyue thought of something and looked at Rongxiu. I almost forgot that Rongxiu is also a refiner. Moreover, it was the kind with extremely strong talent and strength. Doesn't he have any thoughts? Then. Do you plan to go too? Chu Liyue asked. Rongxiu shook his head with an indifferent expression. No, I want you to go. Chu Liyue was a little surprised. Why? Although she was also a refiner, she wasn't particularly interested in this aspect. In addition, too many things had happened recently, so she didn't pay attention to this aspect. She didn't expect that Rongxiu would take the initiative to ask her to go to Tang Ke's tomb. She pondered for a moment and said, my strength and talent as a refiner are not as good as yours. Even if I want to go, you should be more suitable, right? If Rongxiu went, she might have some confidence. Needless to say, those who went to the Qinggu slope this time would be the top refiners in the world. Even Taizu said that they might not be able to win, let alone her. The benefits were indeed tempting, but from the beginning, she didn't want to get involved in this mess. Rongxiu's thin scarlet lips curled slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. No, no one is more suitable than you. Chu Liyue looked at him blankly. Rongxiu raised his eyebrows. Don't forget that you have 3 saint artifacts. Moreover, they were all made by Mr. Su. Chu Liyue was stunned for a moment. He seemed to have understood something, but also seemed to have not. You're saying, maybe we can open Tang Ke's tomb with these sacred artifacts? But that's Tang Ke's tomb, not. Suddenly, her voice paused, and her eyes were filled with disbelief. Rongxiu smiled. Back then, Tang Ke was at his peak. Although he didn't win that battle, he didn't lose either. It didn't affect his reputation much. However, after that battle, Mr. Su disappeared, and not long after, Tang Ke also disappeared without a trace. You mean, Tang Ke's disappearance at that time may have something to do with Mr. Su? It's just a guess. But Mr. Su is Tang Ke's only opponent, and you have 3 of Mr. Su's sacred weapons. You might have a chance to find something. Rongxiu's words made Chu Liyue ponder. She had to admit that these words did make some sense. This guess was not impossible. She didn't think much of it at first, but after hearing Rongxiu's words, she was really moved. After all, it was Tang Ke's tomb. Also, there's something you may not know. Rongxiu paused. Back then, Tang Ke and Mr. Su fought at Peach Blossom Dock. Really? Chu Liyue was suddenly energized. She looked at him in surprise and disbelief. Very few people know about this because the place where they agreed to fight was very hidden. Other than the 2 of them, no one else knows about it. But at that time, a few top experts noticed that there was movement in Peach Blossom Dock, and they guessed. After that battle, the cultivation environment in Peach Blossom Dock changed a lot, so they confirmed their guesses. But at that time, Tang Ke was very famous. Everyone was worried that they would offend him if they leaked the news, so they tacitly kept it a secret. Over the years, some families and clans have been trying to make a move on Peach Blossom Dock, partly because of this. But since they didn't say anything, outsiders didn't know. After all, Peach Blossom Dock itself was very tempting. No wonder, Chu Liyue looked at the dot diagram in understanding. If that's the case, could the celestial shield have something to do with those two people? After a long while, she finally said, "Then, let's go and take a look." Chu Luyue made up her mind to go, but she was not in a hurry. For the next 3 days, she recuperated in her room and adjusted herself to the best state. After she dealt with all the things in Peach Blossom Dock, she decided to go. Rong Xiao naturally went with her. Yan Qing and Chang Wanzhou went with them. Yan Qing was Rong Xiao's confidant, so there was no problem with her going. The problem was, Chang Wanzhou. "Master, do you have other plans for bringing Chang Wanzhou with you?" In the room, Chu Luyue sat at the head of the table with an account book in front of her. The faint smell of ink wafted over. It was the new account book that Sanson had painstakingly written. She scanned it once and memorized everything clearly in her heart. Sanson was indeed good at calculating and making money. The current income was enough to support the entire Peach Blossom Dock, and there would even be a surplus. She nodded in satisfaction, closed the account book, and looked at Sun Yi in front of her. "Actually, it's not that complicated. Although little Zhou has just become a high god, he is very powerful. You should be able to see that. Besides, he has been following me all this time, and he has done well in all aspects." Sun Yi cupped his fists. "Since Master has already thought about it, I will naturally comply." Chu Luyue paused for a moment and said, "I know. I know. Originally, you thought that I would send you with me. However, I will probably spend a lot of time on this trip. Peach Blossom Dock cannot be left unattended. After I leave, I will leave everything here to you." Sun Yi's expression became serious. "Don't worry, Master. I will do my best." Chu Luyue was naturally not worried about Sun Yi. Imperial Father and Father might be coming soon. Also, it's time to gather the remaining people of the 13U. It's not appropriate for them to keep floating outside. At the very least, they should report their arrival first. And these people were the most suitable to be left to Sun Yi. Sun Yi nodded. "I will not let you down. I hope that Master will return safely." Chu Liyue's red lips curled up slightly. "Of course." Qinggu Slope. In the vast and boundless wilderness, huge rocks were scattered all over the place. From afar, they looked like small mountains, tall and straight. Stone Forest. Family Way was behind this stone forest. It was rumored that this stone forest was as complicated as a maze, and it was difficult to pass through. Even the members of the Wei clan would always fly from above and would rarely pass through here. However, at this moment, many people had already gathered outside the stone forest, which had always been deserted. And all of them had powerful auras. They were all experts. Because it was rumored that Tang Ke's tomb was here. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 2043. Almost all the famous blacksmiths in the Divine Ruins world had already rushed here. Today was the day that the family Wei had agreed to enter the stone forest together. Early in the morning, everyone had already gathered here, waiting for the start. "I heard that Sheng Wanjing is also here." "That's right, he's standing in the corner. He's one of the best blacksmiths. With him around, I'm afraid the competition this time will be very intense. Isn't this within our expectations? Other than him, there are also many blacksmiths who haven't appeared for many years. Then doesn't that mean that we don't have any hope at all?" "Not necessarily. Until the very last moment, no one would know who would have the last laugh in the end, right? Besides, these people are powerful, but this time, we're going to open Tang Ke's tomb. Who here can be on par with them? Since that's the case, whether we win or lose, I think luck is more important." That's true, everyone was discussing in groups of 3 to 5. Although the family Wei didn't specify the number of people allowed to participate together, most of them tacitly agreed to only select a few people to go together. There were also some who came alone. This kind of thing wasn't completely a competition of strength. No matter how many people came, it didn't mean much. It might be more convenient to travel light. Brother Shengwan, you've disappeared for such a long time. Now that you've come out, you're still the focus of everyone's attention. A few people teased him. Yes. Since we came here, those people haven't stopped talking about you. Brother Shengwan is still popular. If it wasn't for the competition this time, I'm afraid many people would want to come up and make friends with him. Shengwan Jing snorted and said indifferently, "They're not paying attention to me. They're not paying attention to me. They're paying attention to the person behind me." He was very clear about this point. Now, in the entire Divine Ruins world, who hadn't heard of the Peach Blossom Dock? The name of Shengwan Yu had already spread far and wide. She was very famous. As Yu's Taizu, he naturally couldn't avoid being noticed. He wasn't the only blacksmiths here, and there were others whose strength was on par with him. The answer to why everyone's attention was solely on him was self-evident. That's not bad either. You, can be considered as basking in the glory of your family's Shengwan Jing did not hide the pride on his face. Of course. Their was naturally the best. Suddenly, a chill came from behind. He frowned and looked back, but everything was normal. Everyone was taken aback. Brother Shengwan, what are you looking at? Shengwan Jing's brows slowly relaxed, but his eyes were still cold. Nothing. Just now, he had clearly sensed a cold gaze staring at him from the dark. Right at this moment, several sounds of air being torn apart sounded out. All kinds of discussions came to a halt as everyone raised their heads and looked over. Someone from the family way. Seeing the pattern on the left chest of their clothes, Shengwan Jing immediately recognized them. Sure enough, those people crossed the stone forest and landed in front of everyone. The person at the front was a middle-aged man. He was dressed in a long robe and had an elegant demeanor. "I am the head of family Wei Zhe. Greetings, everyone." Everyone also greeted him politely. After all, this stone forest on the Qinggu slope was the territory of the family Wei, so they still had to give face. Wei Zhe chuckled and exchanged a few words with everyone. Then, he cupped his hands at Shengwan Jing and asked in surprise, Senior Shengwan, didn't Shengwan Yu and Rongxiu come with you? Digression, 60 clock mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 2044. As soon as he said that, the surroundings quietened down. Everyone turned to look at him. Shengwan Yu's name was like thunder to one's ears. Who didn't know about the things that happened in Peach Blossom Dock? Quite a few of them were filled with curiosity about this. Shengwan Jing narrowed his eyes. Wei Zhe seemed to be a little strange. Why did he ask about you, and Rongxiu when there were so many people? Besides, there were already enough people here and most of them were top-notch blacksmiths. It didn't seem to matter if those two people didn't come, right? Shengwan Jing's mind raced, but he didn't show it on his face. He just laughed. Thank you for your concern, family Wei. It's just that Peach Blossom Dock has been busy recently and Yu has a lot of things to deal with. Therefore, she can't get away for the time being. Rongxiu has always liked to accompany her. So, everyone had mixed feelings. Busy with things, a lot of things to deal with, what else could it be? Naturally, it was because they monopolized Peach Blossom Dock that they had these things to do. Wasn't it obvious that they were here to show off? Were they afraid that others didn't know that they were the new owners of Peach Blossom Dock? Every word he said revealed an undisguised sense of pride. The key point was that it was fine if he said this, but he actually helped those two show off their affection. Who in the Divine Ruins world hadn't heard of Rongxiu's fierce name? In Shengwan Jing's mouth, he became a good man who protected his wife at home. What was this? Wei Zhe choked and scolded in his heart. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. With just a few words, it made everyone lose their interest and choke them until they couldn't say anything. Since he had said so, how could others continue? Wei Zhe's lips moved and he laughed. Huh, I see. Senior Shengwan, don't misunderstand. I've heard of your name for a long time and want to meet these two. Let's not talk about Rongxiu first. You, is now the owner of you, and will have to interact with all of you in the future. If the family Wei wants to meet her, there will naturally be a chance. Shengwan Jing interrupted him with a smile. Wei Zhe's chest felt stuffy. What he meant was that Chu Luiyue would be on the same level as these family heads in the future, and not just anyone could meet her. Senior Shengwan Jing. Shengwan Jing's seniority here was very high, so even Wei Zhe had to be polite to him. After exchanging blows, Wei Zhe didn't manage to get the answer he wanted to ask. Thus, he didn't continue. Instead, he turned to the crowd and changed the topic. We're all smart people, so let's not beat around the bush. Today, everyone is here for Senior Tang Ku's tomb. Senior Tang Ku was a peerless top-notch weapon refiner. Ever since he went missing, there had been no news of him. Now, he had finally found his tomb. Pfft, Shengwan, don't believe him. He's just making it sound nice. An old man lowered his voice and said disdainfully. I heard that the family Wei was very excited when they found Tang Ku's tomb hidden here. However, they tried all kinds of methods but failed to open it. Instead, they suffered heavy casualties. In addition, the news was leaked, so they started to ask everyone to work together. Shengwan Jing's mouth twitched. That's expected. Everyone present was smart. No one took Wei Zhe's words to heart. They just listened. To be fair, anyone who was involved in this matter would probably make the same choice. Who wouldn't want to monopolize such a good thing? The family Wei couldn't keep it a secret anymore, so they took a step back. In fact, there was nothing wrong with that. As Shengwan Jing spoke, he stared at Wei Zhe again. That gaze just now didn't seem to come from Wei Zhe, but Wei Zhe was clearly targeting them. It was really strange. Wei Zhe glanced at the sky and said, I won't say anything else, so as not to waste everyone's time. To tell you the truth, this stone chaos forest is extremely dangerous. Even my Wei clan members rarely enter it. After entering, please be careful. After he finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the stone forest. Ever since they found out that Tang Ku's tomb was here, the family Wei had sent many people. Some died, some were injured, but they couldn't find any useful information. With so many people here this time, they didn't know if there would be any progress. Wei Zhe gritted his teeth. Everyone, please. With that, he took the lead and walked forward. The few members of the Wei family behind him also walked in. The rest of the people also moved one after another, their figures gradually disappearing into the stone forest. After entering the stone forest, everyone followed behind Wei Zhe and the others. The stones here were grayish-white, strangely shaped, and very majestic. It was quiet all around, and only the sound of everyone's footsteps could be heard. As Shengwan Jing and the others walked, they carefully observed their surroundings. Soon, someone noticed that something was wrong. Did you notice that these stones seem to be moving? Someone asked in surprise. As soon as he said that, many people immediately agreed. You noticed it too? I thought I was the only one who thought so. So everyone is the same? The stones outside are constantly changing, so it's impossible to tell where we are. Such an environment is almost like a maze. If we enter the depths and want to leave, I'm afraid it will be much more troublesome. Hearing these discussions, Wei Zhe laughed and said, Everyone, don't be nervous. Everyone, there's no need to be nervous. This has been the case since the day the stone forest appeared. it can be called an illusion or a maze. In short, it will indeed cause some trouble. However, everyone is powerful. If you want to leave, you can leave directly from above. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed. Above them, a long rainbow bridge stretched across. They had just passed by from above. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, Shengguan Jing frowned slightly, and an inexplicable sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. If they could really evacuate quickly, why would the family Wei suffer so many casualties? They must have suffered a loss, which was why they were willing to let others come. However, after the group traveled for about an hour, nothing unexpected happened. Shengguan Jing suppressed his worry and followed the crowd with a calm expression. Finally, Wei Zhe stopped in front. Shengguan Jing stared ahead. This was a rare piece of empty land, and there was only a huge rock placed in the middle of it. The shape of the huge rock was irregular, and it was completely red. The most eye-catching thing was that there was a bronze door ring in the middle. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 2045. Shengguan Jing took a closer look at it. The bronze doorknob was exquisitely crafted and thick. Although there was a layer of bronze rust on it, one could vaguely see that it used to be engraved with fine lines. How could there be such a door knocker on a perfectly good piece of rock? Wei Zhe pointed at the bronze doorknob and said, "You've all seen it. As you can see, this stone is quite different from the other stones in the stone forest. We think it's very likely that it's a door. It's very likely that it's the door to Tang Ke's tomb." There was a commotion in the crowd. Obviously, Wei Zhe's words had shaken them. This guess was not impossible. Although this blood-red boulder looked very strange and didn't look like a door, the bronze doorknob on it was even stranger. It made people think more about it. "Wei Clan's head, may I ask if you've already attempted to enter?" someone asked. Wei Zhe's face darkened and he nodded. "To be honest, we've tried many methods, but we still can't open it. Moreover, there's a layer of extremely powerful restriction on the bronze doorknob. Once we get close to it, it will trigger a terrifying attack. Because of this, family Wei suffered a great loss. They had no experience at that time. How could they have known that a small doorknob would be so dangerous?" Many people looked at each other when they heard what he said. It's just a doorknob. How could it be so dangerous? At least for now, there was nothing special about it. There was not even the slightest fluctuation on it. Hearing this, Wei Zhe curled the corners of his mouth without a smile. "That's all I, Wei Zhe, have to say. If anyone doesn't believe me, you can come forward and verify it yourself." After saying that, he walked to the side and gave up his position. It seemed that he was really waiting for someone to go over and try it himself. After a short period of silence, a man finally came forward. Family Wei's words really make people curious. This old man wants to see just how powerful this thing is. This was an old man with a face full of vicissitudes. However, his eyes were extremely bright, flickering with a shrewd and powerful light. Shengguan Jing did not know this person, but judging from the aura around him, he should be a weapon-refining venerable. Wei Zhe chuckled. "Please." The crowd's gazes all landed on the old man. He headed towards the blood-red boulder. After taking a step forward, he finally stopped. They were already so close, but nothing happened. He chuckled. Could it be that this old man and Senior Tang Ke are fated? As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pulled the bronze door knocker. Bang! A terrifying explosion suddenly rang out. At the same time, a red flame appeared out of nowhere and wrapped around the old man's body. Ah! There was a short scream of fear, but it quickly stopped. The old man's body began to disappear under the flames at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before anyone could react, the ball of flame disappeared without a trace. As for the old man, he had completely died. Other than a few drops of blood on the ground, there was no trace of him at all. There was still a burning smell in the air, and it was very pungent. Wei Zhe sneered in his heart and quickly scanned the surroundings. Almost everyone was deeply shocked by this scene and could not recover for a long time. A weapon refining venerable, died just like that? My family Wei has suffered a lot, but none of you took it seriously before. Wei Zhe shook his head, and there was a hint of regret and pain on his face. Now, do you believe what I said just now? Dead silence. Everyone looked at the bronze door knocker again. Their eyes had changed from the initial curiosity and excitement to deep suspicion and shock. What is this? At the same time, the void outside the stone forest fluctuated. Then, a red scroll appeared. A few figures walked out of it. It was Chu Luyue and Rong Xiu's group. Chu Luyue raised her wrist, and the scroll quickly flew back into her hand. This flowing cloud flying map is really useful. She smiled and raised her eyebrows. Although they set off a few days later, their speed was extremely fast. Rong Xiu surveyed the surroundings and said, "You're right. They should have already gone in. But it seems that it hasn't been long." Chu Luyue looked at it seriously and then nodded slightly. She also sensed that there seemed to be Taizu's aura here. Tang Ke's tomb is inside? She put away the flowing cloud flying map and looked at the stone forest in front of her. There was no barrier outside, and it seemed that one could enter at will. This is family Wei's territory, and they didn't send anyone to guard it? Chu Luyue was a little surprised. Rong Xiu's lips curled slightly. There is only one possibility for this: there is no need for anyone to guard this place. Even if there is someone guarding this place, it is useless and meaningless. It was very likely that Tang Ke's tomb was hidden here, and it could be considered an extremely precious treasure land. The Wei clan wouldn't be so magnanimous as to ignore this place. Rong Xiu's words made a lot of sense. Chu Luyue nodded. Then let's go in and take a look. With that, she walked straight forward. Just as she walked to the edge, she suddenly stopped. Rong Xiu asked, "What's wrong?" Chu Luyue looked sideways at him. Rong Xiu, did you hear anything just now? Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from Love Network. Chapter 2046. Rong Xiu narrowed his eyes. You mean, the sound that came from inside? Chu Luyue nodded. It seemed that he heard it too. It sounded like something exploded, she murmured, but she was a little uncertain. Perhaps there were people fighting. After all, everyone who entered this stone forest was aiming for Tang Ke's tomb. They were competitors, so it was normal for them to fight with each other. Rong Xiu glanced inside. Standing here, he could only see the huge rocks, but not the scenery inside. No one could say for sure what had happened. We'll know when we go in, Rong Xiu said. Chu Luyue nodded. Then let's go in too. As she said that, she was about to go forward. Wait. Rong Xiu suddenly called out to her, then walked forward and held her hand. The stone forest is full of danger, and it's easy to get lost. Be careful. The warmth of the iron came from his broad and strong palm. Chu Luyue felt a little relieved, and the corners of her lips curled up. As she said that, she moved her wrist, and Scarlet Heaven Sword appeared in her hand. This way, we should be able to find Taizu and the others faster. Scarlet Heaven Sword had inherited the soul of the Dragon Abyss Sword, so it had a subtle connection with Taizu. With this, it would be easy for Chu Luyue to find Taizu's traces. This was also a major reason why she felt calm. After that, they all stepped into the stone forest and quickly disappeared. After walking for a while, Chu Luyue and the others noticed the problem. This chaotic stone forest is just like what the rumors say. It is as complicated as a maze, Chu Luyue looked around and murmured. If it weren't for Scarlet Heaven Sword, they would have wasted a lot of time here. If Tang Ke's tomb is really here, then why did he choose this place? Chu Luyue couldn't figure it out. Although the heaven and earth energy here was abundant, it was not the best. At the very least, it couldn't compare to the Yuntian Tower. As for the environment, there were only a few giant rocks around. Other than that, there was nothing else. He really couldn't see anything special about it. This tomb might not have been chosen by him. Rong Xiao said calmly, after all, until now, no one knows how he died. Chu Luyue blinked and nodded in agreement. That's true, when the Tang clan was exterminated, he didn't even appear. Either he was already dead at that time, or he was as good as dead. If he had calmly faced death himself, logically speaking, it would have been impossible for him to not know about the Tang clan. Thinking about it, Tang Ke's death was more likely to be an accident. Bang! Another strange explosion could be heard coming from the front. Chu Luyue and Rong Xiao stopped at the same time and looked at each other. Compared to the previous time, the sound this time was clearly much closer, and the air seemed to be exuding a faint smell of blood. Something really happened. And the location of the incident should not be far from them. Taizu and the others should be over there. Chu Luyue's eyes sharpened. Just as he was about to move, he was suddenly stopped by Rong Xiao. Wait first. He lowered his voice, frowned slightly, and looked forward. Chu Luyue immediately held his breath and followed his line of sight. Yan Qing and Chang Wanzhou reacted extremely quickly. The moment Rong Xiao gave the order, they immediately concealed their figures and auras. Although this place was flat and spacious, there were a lot of giant rocks, which made it very convenient for hiding. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Chu Luyue asked in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a biting cold aura suddenly attacked. Chi, boom! A giant rock not far in front of them seemed to have been hit by some force, making a loud noise and shaking slightly at the same time. Then, there was a muffled groan. Dark red blood slowly flowed from the ground behind the rock. Chu Luyue's pupils suddenly contracted. The person who hit the giant rock just now seemed to be a person. That should be a high god powerhouse. Rong Xiao's voice was very soft. A high god powerhouse might not be a big deal in the Divine Ruins world. However, one had to know that almost all the people who came here today were top-notch craftsmen. Most of them might be mediocre in martial arts cultivation, but they were definitely outstanding in crafting. A powerful blacksmith was more valuable than dozens of high gods, or even Her Eminence. Now that he had died, it was obviously a great loss. What's going on over there? Why didn't I hear any sounds of fighting? Chu Luyue's brows were tightly knitted. She carefully observed everything around her, but she did not find anything unusual. That person seemed to have suddenly flown over, hit the rock, and died on the spot. However, the incident itself was very strange. Even an ordinary high god powerhouse would not die so easily after being hit like this. However, that person didn't even have the time to let out a groan before he died. Wasn't this a little too fast? Could it be that he was already dead? No. When he flew over, he still had his aura. Rong Xiao denied Chu Luyue's guess. His strength level was higher than Chu Luyue's, so his observation of the situation was more detailed than hers. Hearing his words, Chu Luyue's doubts deepened. This person's death was too strange. Suddenly, Rong Xiao grabbed her waist and pulled her into his arms. Come with me. He changed his direction and took a detour from another path. Yan Qing and Chang Wanzhou followed closely behind. After going around a few corners, they finally stopped. Chu Luyue was about to speak when she suddenly heard a man's voice not far away. Everyone, if we can't think of a way to get out of here, we're all going to die here. The voice was low and cold, as if he was suppressing his anger. Chu Luyue immediately quieted down and waited with bated breaths. At this moment, the few of them were hiding behind a huge rock and could not see what was going on over there. However, they could hear the voice very clearly. Perhaps because Rong Xiao had deliberately concealed his aura, they were not far away from those people, but no one noticed them. Wei Zhe. Didn't you say that if there were any accidents, we would be able to leave from above? What's going on now? This was another person's stern questioning. Wei Zhe? Chu Liyue's heart skipped a beat. She had heard this person's name before. He was the head of family Wei. Then, a somewhat hoarse and weak voice sounded. Everyone, my family Wei really didn't mean to deceive you. Previously, our people used this method to escape, but for some reason, it doesn't work now. Even if we really want to do something, why should we gamble with our lives? His words were full of helplessness. Hearing this, Chu Luyue subconsciously looked up. Above the sky, a stream of light stretched across, like a bridge suspended in the air. This should be what they were talking about. What's the point of saying this now? So many people have died. The only way now is to open Tang Ke's tomb. Chu Liyue's eyes lit up. This was the voice of Taizu. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 2047. Chu Luyue felt a little relieved when he heard Taizu's voice, which was full of vigor and seemed to be safe and sound. Judging from their words, they should have encountered some trouble and suffered many casualties. Humph, Senior Shengwan, it's easy for you to say. We have been here for such a long time and have used all our means. But Tang Ke's tomb still doesn't show any signs of opening. What should we do? An impatient man's voice sounded with a hint of sarcasm. You are a great senior. Back then, you were already all-powerful. Now that 1,000 years have passed, your strength must have improved again. Why don't you think of a way? I believe that Senior Shengwan won't let us down. Chu Liyue's eyes turned cold. There was a hint of coercion in his voice. But from the looks of it, Tang Ke's tomb seemed to be nearby. Shengwan Jing laughed and said unhurriedly, You really think too highly of me. I just barely managed to keep my life. How can an old man like me be compared to all of you in your prime? The man continued to be aggressive. Senior Shengwan, why are you so modest? Who doesn't know that you fought the 9 dragons alone and still didn't lose? Moreover, your junior Shengwan Yu is now the lord of the Peach Blossom Dock. Senior Shengwan should be much better than us to be able to cultivate in a place like the Peach Blossom Dock, right? You haven't tried to make a move since you came here today. Could it be that, you don't even care about Tang Ke's tomb now that you have the Peach Blossom Dock? These words were really making people hate him. How many people in the world of divine ruins coveted the Peach Blossom Dock? Now that the Peach Blossom Dock had fallen into Chu Liyue's hands, although the people didn't dare to have any thoughts about the Peach Blossom Dock because of Yi Wentao's miserable end, it was inevitable that they were jealous. It was fine if he didn't mention it, but now that he mentioned it, it really poked a lot of people's sore spots. Shengwan Jing looked at the person who spoke with a smile. What are you talking about? If I wasn't interested in Tang Ke's tomb, why would I spend so much effort to come here today? The reason why I didn't make a move, is that I'm afraid of death. It's not so complicated. As soon as he said this, everyone quieted down. The field fell into a strange silence. Although everyone understood this, with Shengwan Jing's status, how could he say it out loud without any hesitation? Didn't he feel embarrassed? He said it so bluntly that it made it difficult for others to respond. He had personally admitted that he was afraid of death. If he continued to ask, wasn't that the same as forcing him to die? Not many people would dare to do such a thing. Shengwan Jing ignored the various gazes of the people around him. He stroked his beard and sighed. Sigh, there's something you don't know. Even though I was barely able to preserve my life all those years ago, my divine body was unconscious, and my soul had dispersed. If it wasn't for my Yu's help, would have really been unable to wake up. How could he still chat and laugh with everyone here? Therefore, this old man cherishes his life very much, very much. Everyone was speechless. What else could the bystanders say when the words had already been said? He had already died once, and he didn't want to lose his life again. There was nothing to be responsible for. After a long while, the provocative man sneered and said indifferently, "In that case, I'm afraid you have no fate with the supreme treasure and inheritance left behind by Senior Tang Ku." Shengguan Jing was still smiling. "It's fine. It's fine. I'm just here to join in the fun today. Speaking of which, the new generation excels the old. Since everyone is so powerful, you will definitely be able to successfully open Tang Ku's tomb. At that time, if I can witness it with my own eyes, I will be satisfied." His words made the other party lose his temper. Just here to join in the fun? Who would believe that? However, everyone who came here had a certain level of ambition. However, Shengguan Jing was a complete old fox. Facing these, he didn't take the bait at all. Rong Xiu smiled slightly and glanced at Chu Luyue. "Your temper is really similar to Senior Shengguan's." Chu Luyue rubbed his nose and snorted, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. Of course. Sometimes, one had to be thick-skinned. One had to be more flexible. One would rather trick others than be tricked by others. Wei Zhe looked left and right and finally came out to be the peacemaker. Senior Shengguan's words make sense. The most important thing now is to think of a way to open Tang Ku's tomb. It's not a good idea to keep wasting time here. Since we can't leave, then. If we join forces now, we might have a chance of survival. His words quickly gained the approval of the crowd. Wei clan head, no matter what, this stone forest is still your Wei clan's territory. Could it be that you really don't have any countermeasures? Someone asked. Wei Zhe wanted to say something but stopped. This pause immediately attracted everyone's attention. This. Actually, it can't be considered a proper method. It's just a guess. As he spoke, he pointed at the blood-red boulder. Senior Tang Ku is the top blacksmith in the world. If we try to enter his tomb rashly, it will definitely be very difficult to succeed. In my opinion, the best way to open a blacksmith's tomb is probably Tianlei as a guide. There might be a glimmer of hope. Tianlei? Everyone was stunned for a moment before they fell into deep thought. Come to think of it, Wei Zhe's words don't seem unreasonable. Since there's no other way for the time being, why don't we give it a try? Someone quickly made up his mind. Then, the rest of the people agreed one after another. Wei Zhe cupped his fists. In that case, I'll give it a try first. What do you all think? No one objected. If this method could open that door, then Wei Zhe would be the first person to enter Tang Ku's tomb. There was no need to talk about the benefits. This was also the main reason why the previous batch of people had tried it one after another. With the benefits in front of them, they couldn't help but be tempted. However, after a series of setbacks, everyone realized that it was extremely dangerous to take the lead. Furthermore, they would basically die and have their souls destroyed. They wouldn't even have the chance to escape. Everyone couldn't help but be wary. No matter how tempting the temptation ahead was, they had to be alive to enjoy it, right? Wei Zhe was the head of the family Wei. It was undoubtedly the most appropriate for him to speak. Head of the family Wei, please. Wei Zhe nodded and walked to the blood-red boulder. He was 3 steps away from the bronze door ring. His expression was solemn and his brows furrowed. It was impossible for him not to be nervous. However, he had a plan in mind. Then, a halberd appeared in his hand. It was black and green and extremely sharp. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the halberd. 10,000 Peaks halberd? The reason why they were so shocked was because this was a sacred artifact. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from the Love Network. Chapter 2048. The Halberd of 10,000 Peaks? So this thing is in the family way? Chu Luiyue was also surprised to hear the continuous exclamations. He looked up at Rongxiu. Didn't they say that the halberd of 10,000 peaks has been missing for thousands of years? Rongxiu narrowed his eyes. The family way has never revealed this information before. This thing, it's very likely that they just got it not long ago. Why do you think so? Chu Luiyue's brows twitched. Maybe they got it long ago, but they hid it very well. Rongxiu's lips curled into a half-smile. Wei Zhe isn't someone who can keep his cool. Although the family Wei was also a first-class aristocratic family, it was still slightly inferior to the Yuntian Tower that Rongxiu was in. In the world of divine ruins, it was an extremely honorable thing for any aristocratic family to have a divine artifact. If the family Wei had it long ago, they would have announced it to the world. If I'm not wrong, they got the halberd of 10,000 peaks after knowing about the existence of Tang Ke's tomb. Wei Zhe deliberately suppressed the news and waited for today. Meeting Chu Luiyue's confused gaze, Rongxiu chuckled and explained. The halberd of 10,000 peaks is the divine artifact that Tang Ke refined back then. With Tang Ke's divine artifact, there might be a chance of success in opening the door to her tomb. At that very moment, everyone present was thinking the same thing. When they saw Wei Zhe take out the halberd of 10,000 peaks, they immediately understood something. Their expressions immediately changed. Wei Zhe. When did you get the halberd of 10,000 peaks? Wei Zhe narrowed his eyes. I don't think I need to tell you this, right? Humph. Who doesn't know that the halberd of 10,000 peaks is one of the 5 divine artifacts that Tang Ke refined back then? With this item, it would be easy for you to open Tang Ke's tomb. Why go through so much trouble to find us? Wei Zhe, what are you planning? Wei Zhe chuckled. Everyone has really misunderstood me. I have no enmity with any of you, so why would I harm you? In fact, I did want to use this thing to try to open Tang Ke's tomb, but before I could do it, the news had already spread. Helplessly, this idea could only be put aside for the time being and wait for everyone to come together before trying again. Sheng Wanjing suddenly said, if that's the case, why didn't you say anything at the beginning? Why did you only speak after so many people had died? This was also what the others were most concerned about. If Wei Zhe had taken it out earlier, those people wouldn't have had to die. Wei Zhe smiled bitterly. Senior Shengwan, I didn't expect this place to be so dangerous. Originally, I thought that since we are all peak existences in the Divine Ruins world, we would definitely have a solution. Besides, if I had spoken at that time, then, it would probably have attracted discussion, right? In other words, he was doing this for the sake of fairness. Otherwise, everyone would be here and he would be the first to do so. It would seem like he was deliberately snatching it, only now that no one dared to rashly step forward, it was the most appropriate time for him to make a move. Everyone was speechless. Sheng Wanjing frowned. Wei Zhe's words and actions seemed to be understandable. However, if he did this, those people who had died earlier would be wronged. However, everyone was in a competitive relationship. Speaking of which, Wei Zhe didn't have the obligation or responsibility to be responsible for the lives of others. It was fine to say that he was selfish, but no one was in the position to criticize him. This Wei Zhe. He was really scheming. Wei Zhe sneered in his heart, then retracted his gaze and clenched the 1,000 Peaks halberd in his hand. This was his family Wei's territory. Tang Ke's tomb should be theirs. These people came from all over to fight for it, yet they still had the nerve to say so much? Did they really think that his family Wei was easy to bully? Fortunately, he was lucky enough to obtain this 1,000 Peaks halberd. With this, his chances of opening Tang Ke's tomb would be greatly increased. Thinking of this, Wei Zhe felt a wave of excitement in his heart. He was also a weapon refiner, so he was naturally curious and yearning for Tang Ke's tomb. As long as he could enter, he might be able to obtain the treasures or inheritance left behind by Tang Ke. Wei Zhe's heart was burning. He couldn't help but lick his lips, transfer the force in his body, and pour it all into the Thousand Peaks halberd. Then, he held the Thousand Peaks halberd tightly in one hand and stabbed forward. Buzz! A strange buzzing sound suddenly came from the huge blood-red stone. Immediately after, the bronze door ring moved without any wind, as if an invisible hand had pulled it up and buckled it gently. Knock knock. A crisp knocking sound came from the door. Everyone was shocked. It moved. This is really a door. Wei Zhe's eyes were fixed on it. His heart was beating violently, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. The sky quickly darkened. Dark clouds gathered, and the wind whistled. Tianlei, like silver snakes, appeared one after another, shuttling back and forth in the clouds. The momentum was great. The movement was astonishing. Shengguan Jing raised his eyes to take a look. A sacred artifact is indeed extraordinary. A casual movement can trigger such a magnificent scene. Even if he wanted to refine a venerable artifact, he might not be able to trigger so many Tianlei in such a short time. The Thousand Peaks halberd, one of the 10 great sacred artifacts, was indeed worthy of its reputation. Rumble. A Tianlei fell with a loud bang. It went straight for Wei Zhe. The dazzling light almost made people unable to open their eyes. Some of the weaker ones couldn't withstand the pressure and unconsciously took a few steps back. However, most of the people present still insisted on not moving a single step. If Tang Ke's tomb was really opened, even if they couldn't get first place, they had to try their best to run in front. Boom! The Tianlei struck the Thousand Peaks halberd in Wei Zhe's hand. However, the moment the imposing Tianlei fell on the Thousand Peaks halberd, it was instantly devoured. An inch-long, silver-white pattern appeared. Wei Zhe was the closest to it, so he saw it the clearest. For a moment, he was shocked and amazed. As expected of one of the 10 great sacred artifacts, such a terrifying Tianlei force was completely devoured in the blink of an eye. It contained so much energy, but in the end, only one pattern was awakened. If the Thousand Peaks halberd was completely awakened, how awe-inspiring would that be? In fact, this was the first time Wei Zhe officially made a move after obtaining the Thousand Peaks halberd. Therefore, even he himself was shocked. After a short moment of shock, his heart was filled with endless excitement and joy. With such a treasure in hand, Tang Ke's tomb would definitely open. Then, several more Tianlei fell one after another. The aura on the Thousand Peaks halberd became more and more powerful. The bronze doorknob kept swaying. And the buzzing sound coming from inside seemed to be getting clearer and clearer. Finally, the last Tianlei was also devoured by the Thousand Peaks halberd. The last dark pattern on the halberd lit up. Wei Zhe took a deep breath and stabbed forward fiercely. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 2049. Clang. An ear-piercing sound of sharp weapons colliding was heard. Everyone held their breaths as they stared intently at the screen. However, Wei Zhe's expression changed from complacency to shock and confusion. Finally, it was filled with disbelief. In front of him, Wan Feng's halberd was pressed against the blood-red stone, but it did not budge at all. He widened his eyes in shock and could not believe what he was seeing. Then, he exerted force again and stabbed forward. But nothing changed. There wasn't even the slightest mark left on the rock. This so-called door had no intention of opening at all. Because he exerted force, a dull pain came from his perlicue. However, Wei Zhe had no time to care about it. How could this be? How could this be? The power on Wan Feng's halberd had been completely awakened, and the strange stone in front of him was still buzzing. But, it just could not be opened. Family Wei, what's going on? At this moment, the surrounding people also noticed that something was wrong. They looked at each other with puzzled and suspicious expressions. Wei Zhe was embarrassed. He tried to retrieve Wan Feng's halberd, but there was not a single mark on it. However, that voice did not disappear. Even, the bronze door knocker was still clinging to the door. Seeing all this, Wei Zhe's heart sank, and his face turned green and white. He thought that this movement was caused by him, but in the end, it was not. And the surrounding people, seeing this scene, how could they not understand? What's going on? Isn't Wan Feng's halberd a sacred weapon refined by Tang Ku? Why can't it be opened? This thing can't be fake, right? Looking at the movement just now, this thing must be real. It's also true that it can't open this door. Ha! After all this time, it turns out that this method won't work? Family Wei really worked for nothing. The crowd discussed in low voices. All kinds of words reached Wei Zhe's ears, and his heart was in turmoil. His temples were throbbing like a ball of fire that was about to burst out from his chest. Ridicule. Ridicule. Contempt. Those gazes made him feel as if there were daggers at his back. His entire body stiffened as he stood rooted to the ground. His mind was completely blank and in complete chaos. Clearly, everything was progressing smoothly. How could it be, if even the sacred weapon that Tang Ku had refined herself could not open the tomb, then, who else in this world, and what else, could do it? That's not right. Shengguan Jing frowned and stared ahead, muttering softly. The few people around him looked over. What's wrong? Shengguan Jing raised his chin. Wei Zhe didn't move, but the movement on the rock didn't stop. With his reminder, the others were also stunned. Taking a closer look, he realized that this was indeed the case. Perhaps Tang Ku's tomb has sensed the existence of the 10,000 Peaks halberd and caused this commotion. But even with Wei Zhe's own strength, he still couldn't open it. Someone guessed. Shengguan Jing said nothing. He still felt that something was wrong. His suspicions gradually increased when he saw the scene before him. If the 10,000 Peaks halberd could trigger these senses, why couldn't it open? Family Wei, could it be that your strength isn't enough and that's why you couldn't open it? Someone in the crowd finally raised his voice and asked. These words were a little unpleasant to hear. They were just short of directly saying that it was because Wei Zhe was incompetent. But Wei Zhe couldn't refute it now. He suddenly sneered, turned to look at the person who spoke, and handed over the 10,000 Peaks halberd in his hand. If you have the confidence, why don't you give it a try yourself? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect him to have such a reaction. That person was stunned for a moment and then snorted. Family Wei, you really like to joke. This 10,000 Peaks halberd is a sacred weapon. Once it recognizes a master, it can't be used anymore. Are you saying this on purpose to embarrass? This 10,000 Peaks halberd hasn't recognized a master yet. Wei Zhe's words immediately caused the scene to fall into dead silence. At this moment, all the sounds of discussion and clamor completely disappeared. Countless pairs of eyes looked at him in shock, as if doubting the authenticity of his words. Wei Zhe sneered. At this time, I, Wei Zhe, have no need to lie. If anyone doesn't believe me, you can come forward and try it yourself. Since everyone thinks that I, Wei Zhe, am not capable enough, then I'll just hand over this thing. Whoever can use this 10,000 Peaks halberd to open Tang Ku's tomb, I'll say, impressed. As long as anyone has the ability to make the 10,000 Peaks halberd recognize a master and obtain all the items in Tang Ku's tomb, I, Wei Zhe, will have no objections. As he spoke, he flung his wrist and actually threw the thing forward. The 10,000 Peaks halberd floated quietly in the air. Countless dazzling streams of light refined by Tianlei were still flickering on the halberd, giving it an imposing aura. Many people looked at each other. Such a temptation could be said to be great. But, Wei Zhe was Wei's family Wei after all. He was the king of equipment refinement and a god. With such strength, he could definitely be considered one of the best among these people. If even Wei Zhe couldn't do it, then how many people present could give it a try? Even the person who had mocked him earlier was somewhat hesitant. His strength was similar to Wei Zhe's. If he also couldn't do it now, then, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Wei Zhe looked around and sneered in his heart. He was standing closest to them, so he knew best that the commotion inside was not caused by the 10,000 Peaks halberd. It would be the same no matter who came. This is a little interesting. I'm willing to give it a try. Chapter 2050. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The person who spoke was Shengguan Jing. Wei Zhe sneered. Senior Shengguan, have you made up your mind? Didn't you say just now that you're here to join in the fun? Shengguan Jing said with a smile. What's there to hesitate about? Since the leader of the family Wei is willing to offer the long halberd of Wanfeng, why can't we give it a try? Besides, I'm indeed here to join in the fun, but it seems that everyone doesn't seem to be willing to move. In that case, I can only do it myself. We can't just stand here and watch, can we? Wei Zhe was rendered speechless by his words. If that's the case, then, please. With that, he took a few steps back. It seemed that he was really going to watch from the sidelines. Shengguan Jing wasn't afraid of embarrassing himself, so what was there to worry about? Shengguan, are you really going to go over? The people next to him wanted to dissuade him, but Shengguan Jing shook his head with a smile. What's the big deal? Although the leader of the family Wei failed, he's still fine, isn't he? Since there's no loss, why not give it a try? Seeing that Shengguan Jing had made up his mind, the rest of the people stopped trying to dissuade him. Then, be careful. Shengguan Jing still had a smile on his face as he strode forward. At this moment, all eyes were focused on him. Shengguan Jing came to the middle, raised his hand, and took the long halberd of Wanfeng in his hand. He first waited for a while, then injected some of his power into it and raised his eyebrows. As expected, this thing is still ownerless. Only in this way would he be able to channel his power into Wei Zhe's body after he had used it. However, without an owner, the power that this thing could exert was extremely small. Hearing Shengguan Jing's words, many people were even more shaken. Sacred artifacts were extremely intelligent, and they would always choose their own masters. Without that opportunity, it would be useless even if one held onto it for 10 or 100 years. In his hands, he couldn't display the true power of the holy artifact at all. No wonder Wei Zhe was so assured to let it out. However, judging from the current situation, the 1,000 Peaks halberd didn't seem to recognize Shengguan Jing as its master. Wei Zhe closed his eyes, and his tense heart relaxed a little. It was impossible for him not to be nervous. Ever since he had obtained the 10,000 Peaks halberd, he hadn't been acknowledged, and he felt vexed. It was like guarding a mountain of gold, but not being able to spend a single cent. This feeling was truly unbearable. Just now, he had thrown out the myriad Peaks halberd in a fit of anger. Now that he had calmed down, he felt some regret. Now, he could only hope that these people would not be recognized by the 1,000 Peaks halberd. Shengguan Jing sized up Wanfeng's halberd for a while before he took it in his hand. He looked up with a solemn expression, and at the same time, he began to mobilize the energy in his body. Then, he suddenly thrust it forward. Clang! The crisp sound of a collision rang out again. Everything in front of him was still motionless. His reaction was exactly the same as when Wei Zhe made his move. Shengguan Jing frowned and stopped without hesitation. At this moment, he also realized that something was wrong. The commotion inside was not caused by Wan Feng's halberd. Under such circumstances, no matter what, it couldn't be opened. Wei Zhe crossed his arms and laughed. Senior Shengwan, how do you feel after trying it yourself? I think, it doesn't seem to be any different from what I did just now, right? Shengwan Jing didn't care about his mockery. It would be strange if Tang Ke's tomb was really so easy to open. Moreover, the key to opening the door was clearly not the 10,000 Peaks halberd. What else was there to say? This 10,000 Peaks halberd is not the key to opening Tang Ke's tomb. Shengwan Jing threw the 10,000 Peaks halberd casually and said. Wei Zhe didn't expect him to reveal the secret so straightforwardly, and he was a little angry for a moment. However, after thinking about it carefully, this matter couldn't be hidden, and there was nothing to mind. He took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. Senior Shengwan, what do you mean? Someone asked. This 10,000 Peaks halberd was refined by Tang Ke personally back then. How can it be useless? If it can't even do this, then they really had no choice. Shengwan Jing focused his eyes and looked at the bronze doorknob again. This was actually the most strange thing about him. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. He vaguely felt that the patterns on the bronze doorknob seemed to be somewhat familiar. It seemed like he had seen it somewhere before. He took a step forward. A ball of red flames appeared again. In an instant it was about to surround Shengwan Jing. Be careful. No one expected Shengwan Jing to suddenly step forward. He had clearly learned his lesson previously. Once he approached rashly, he would definitely be attacked. Shengwan Jing reacted extremely quickly. This time, he clearly saw that the flames were surging out from the bronze doorknob. His expression turned stern, and he immediately set up a barrier around his body. However, at the same time, the force in his body seemed to be affected by the flames, and it surged rapidly as if it was boiling. The scorching temperature quickly invaded his body. Poof! A ball of red flames suddenly burst out from his left shoulder. Shengwan Jing thought to himself, oh no! This is a sign that I'm about to explode and die. However, at this moment, a crimson golden flame suddenly flew over and surrounded him. Those red flames were devoured in the blink of an eye. Who? Everyone heard the commotion and immediately turned to look. Then, he saw a slender and exquisite figure approaching at high speed. Chu Luyue grabbed Taizu's arm and was about to retreat. Suddenly, the bronze doorknob shone brightly. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 2051. Taizu immediately recognized Chu Luyue and exclaimed in surprise. Before he could finish his sentence, he looked up and saw a flash of light behind her. Chu Luyue also sensed that something was wrong and turned around to look. The rust on the bronze doorknob was peeling off quickly. A vast and sacred aura spread out from it. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed and she gasped. As the light flashed, she could vaguely see that the patterns on the bronze door were very similar to the secret inscriptions on the armillary shield. The crimson flames around Shengwan Jing had already faded away. The two figures appeared clearly in front of everyone. When the crowd saw this, they were all shocked. Although Wei Zhe had never seen Chu Luyue before, he immediately guessed her identity. Shengwan Yu? Why is she here? Previously, everyone had gathered in the stone forest and entered together. How did she suddenly appear here? Since she was here, then, where was Rongxiu? Family Wei, long time no see. How are you? A deep and pleasant voice sounded like the wind plucking the strings of a zither. Wei Zhe's heart sank when he heard the voice. He immediately turned around and saw a familiar figure in a snow-white robe. Rongxiu? Wei Zhe was angry and anxious. When did these people come in? Why didn't he notice them at all? The rest of the people present also reacted quickly. They kept looking at Rong Xiao and Chu Luiyue. Most of them had seen Rong Xiao before. Hence, most of their attention was placed on Chu Luiyue at this point. Shang Guanyu? The one who defeated Yi Wentao in the Battle of Peach Blossom Dock. Someone murmured in disbelief. She looks like a high deity. Although she's a high deity, she helped Sheng Wanjing block the flames that gushed out of the bronze door knocker. That's right. She has contracted with the young master of the Crimson Gold Sky Phoenix clan. These things are naturally of no threat to her, they were around just now. How did he get in? Everyone was talking about it. The appearance of Chu Luiyue and Rong Xiao was like a stone thrown into the water, causing countless ripples. However, at this moment, Chu Luiyue did not pay attention to these movements. She furrowed her brows and stared at the bronze doorknob. She then reached out her hand without hesitation. Danger. Sheng Wanjing was about to stop him when Chu Luiyue shook his head gently. Taizu, don't worry. I know what to do. Hearing her words, Sheng Wanjing froze in midair. He knew that she never did meaningless things. Since she came here, it meant that she must have her own purpose. Sheng Wanjing recalled that quite a few people had died here one after another and felt uneasy. However, the red fire was indeed suppressed by Chu Luiyue. Sheng Wanjing was very conflicted, but in the end, he chose to believe her. He did not say anything else and just silently mobilized all the force in his body. If he found something wrong, he would immediately take action. The onlookers all looked over at this moment. When they saw Chu Luiyue's actions, many people looked at each other with a hint of mockery in their eyes. So many people failed just now. Did she think that she was different from others? Wei Zhe curled the corners of his mouth without a smile and said, Sheng Guanyu, that bronze door knocker is extremely dangerous. Many people have already died here. You're taking such a risk. If something happens later, don't blame me for not warning you. Chu Luiyue did not stop moving as if she did not hear him at all. Ignoring him in public was undoubtedly not giving Wei Zhe face. Wei Zhe's face was faintly green. Go, I will protect my princess. Rong Xiao spoke casually and interrupted Wei Zhe. His expression was languid and calm, but his tone was indisputable. Besides, Yu is now the master of Peach Blossom Dock. Speaking of which, she is on an equal footing with the master of Family Wei. Master of Family Wei, it's better to respectfully call her Master Yu, okay? Wei Zhe was so angry that the veins on his forehead throbbed. The Yu residence of Peach Blossom Dock has just been established, but my family Wei has been passed down for thousands of years. It is a first-class family in the world of God. How can they be compared? In other words, Chu Luiyue was not qualified to be compared with him at all. Rong Xiao smiled and gently stroked the tip of his eyebrows with his slender white fingers. Then, I would like to ask, if the master of Family Wei is so powerful, who is stronger than Yi Wentao? Wei Zhe choked and the rest of his words were suddenly stuck in his throat. He could not say anything. What kind of existence was the family Yi? What kind of person was Yi Wentao? Ordinary people might not know, but people from first-class families like them knew best. Wei Zhe knew that if he were to fight with Yi Wentao, he would be the one to suffer a crushing defeat in the end. But Yi Wentao had lost in Peach Blossom Dock. His lips moved and his eyes unconsciously looked at the slender and exquisite figure not far away. Everyone in the area instantly quietened down. They had almost forgotten that the reason why the woman in front of them could become the master of Peach Blossom Dock was because she had defeated Yi Wentao. If even Yi Wentao was no match for her, then they, at this moment, Chu Luiyue's hand was less than an inch away from the bronze doorknob. Wei Zhe's heart felt like it was being squeezed tightly by something. Let them be arrogant for now. Later, when something happens, they will, as soon as this thought came to his mind, Wei Zhe widened his eyes in shock. Because, Chu Luyue had grabbed the bronze doorknob safely. Her slender fingers held the doorknob tightly. The glow from the doorknob made her skin look like jade. Everyone unconsciously held their breaths and looked at this scene in disbelief. Chu Luyue's eyes were fixed in front of her. When she touched it, she could even clearly feel the patterns on it. She clearly did not recognize these runes, but, for some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity at this moment. This feeling had actually started just now, and now it was even stronger and clearer. She pursed her lips. Standing here, she could hear the movements coming from inside more clearly. She was a little uncertain before, but now she could confirm that all the movements behind her were related to the 3 divine artifacts in her body. Tang Ke's Thousand Peaks halberd could not open it, but the divine artifacts left behind by Mr. Su could sense it strongly. Chu Luyue no longer hesitated and gently pulled on the bronze doorknob. Knock, knock. The next moment, white light enveloped them. The stone in front of them suddenly cracked and gradually revealed the appearance of a door. Chu Luyue pulled again. Creak, the door slowly opened. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2052. Looking at the door that was slowly opening, everyone was shocked on the spot. It's open? In the deathly silent crowd, someone mumbled in disbelief. Wei Zhe closed his eyes tightly, afraid that he had seen something wrong. However, the scene in front of him didn't disappear. The door was still opening bit by bit. A white light shrouded it, and no one could see what was behind the door. But, it was indeed open. The door that was still motionless when so many people had died just now opened smoothly with a gentle knock from Chu Luyue. Chu Luyue immediately raised her leg and took a step forward. The next moment, her figure disappeared into the door. Rong Xiu's pace seemed neither fast nor slow, but in fact, his speed was extremely fast. As soon as he raised his hand, the halberd of 10,000 peaks, which was originally floating quietly in the air, flew over quickly. Then, he came to Shengwan Jing's side. Senior Shengwan, we should follow them. Rong Xiu chuckled. Shengwan Jing suddenly came back to his senses. Yes. You had already gone in. He took a deep breath and walked forward. Rong Xiu followed behind the 2 of them. Yan Qing and Chan Wanzhou followed them like shadows. Just now, everyone's attention was on Chu Luyue and Rong Xiu, and the 2 of them had always been good at hiding their figures and breaths, so they were like 2 transparent people from the beginning to the end. Until now, when they followed closely into the door, everyone was shocked to realize that the 2 of them didn't seem to be simple. When their figures disappeared one after another, the onlookers outside were still in deep shock. Wei Zhe was the first to react. The halberd of 10,000 peaks. That thing was taken away by Rong Xiu just now. That was a divine weapon. It was a treasure that he had obtained with great difficulty. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase after them. Wei Zhe shouted angrily and immediately rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, his figure also disappeared behind the door. Hearing this, the family Wei people woke up one after another. Seeing that Wei Zhe had already left, they couldn't care about anything else and hurriedly followed him. At this moment, the rest of the people present finally realized what was going on, and they all rushed towards the door in a rush. How could they not seize the opportunity to open Tang Ke's tomb after much difficulty? Whether they could get the inheritance and make further progress depended on today. Soon, everyone present rushed in. The stone forest regained its silence again. Only the scattered corpses and the messy bloodstains on the ground proved that everything that had happened here was real. After an unknown period of time, those corpses suddenly began to rot quickly. After about 15 minutes, only a set of corpses. The corpses, the corpses, the corpses, the corpses, and the corpses, the corpses, the corpses. Even the bloodstains on the ground seemed to have been swallowed up by something and quickly disappeared. There was only a faint smell of blood left in the air. It was as if nothing had happened. The dazzling white light quickly dissipated, and the scene in front of him gradually became clear. This was a passageway that led downwards. The passageway was narrow and could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. Pearls the size of a fist were hung on the walls on both sides of the room at regular intervals. The faint glow shone down as if it was daytime and everything was panoramic. At this moment, Chu Luiyue was standing at the front, her feet stepping on the first step. She looked down with the help of the light, but she couldn't see the end. It seemed to extend all the way down to the ground. Chu Luiyue raised her vigilance to the highest level and held the red cloud sword in her hand before going down. Shengguan Jing followed behind her. When he saw everything around him clearly, even he couldn't help but gasp in shock. The walls are carved from lapis lazuli jade. The so-called lapis lazuli jade was an extremely precious jade. Its texture was extremely hard and it was an excellent material for refining divine weapons. The success rate of refining with lapis lazuli jade was often much higher. Therefore, this lapis lazuli was highly valued and liked by weapon refiners. It was just that this thing was naturally produced and its quantity was limited, so it was very rare. This also made lapis lazuli jade even more difficult to find. Chu Luiyue could of course see that it was lapis lazuli jade. Among the venerable divine weapons that Taizu gave her, there was a short sword that was refined from this thing. Even a top-notch weapon refining venerable like the great ancestor only had such a small piece. But at this moment, the walls on both sides were made of lapis lazuli jade. It was no wonder that Taizu was so shocked. It seems that this is really Tang Ke's tomb. Other than him, who else in the world can do such a thing? Taizu let out a long sigh and then looked at the figure in front of him with a complicated and emotional gaze. So many people had tried before, but they had all failed. But this girl came and opened the door directly. Such a thing could only be explained by the word opportunity. Although he knew that this girl had always been lucky, he was still shocked by these things that happened to her every time. This kind of luck was truly something that others could only be envious and jealous of. Familiar footsteps came from behind. It was Rong Xiao and the others. As Shengguan Jing walked, he couldn't help but ask, why are you here? When he said that he was coming here, she didn't seem to have any intention of coming. If he knew that they were coming, he would have brought them along. Chu Luiyue said softly, I didn't plan to come at first, but later I found out about some things, so I decided to come and take a look. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2053. What? Shengguan Jing was confused. Even Tang Ke's name couldn't move her. What else could it be that could make her come here? Chu Luiyue was silent for a moment and suddenly laughed. I wanted to see what exactly happened between Mr. Su and Senior Tang Ke back then. Shengguan Jing was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly remembered that Chu Luiyue already had several holy weapons. And those were all Mr. Su's. Could it be that the movement just now, he suddenly had a guess in his heart. Previously, Wei Zhe and he had tried to open this door with the halberd of 10,000 peaks, but it was in vain. Because the movement behind the door was not caused by the halberd of 10,000 peaks. Said so, Chu Luiyue didn't say anything. But in Shengguan Jing's view, this reaction was a tacit admission. He opened his eyes slightly, and for a moment, he was a little confused. How could this be? Could it be that this was not Tang Ke's tomb, but Mr. Su's? But the family Wei had always said that this was Tang Ke's tomb. If they hadn't gotten any evidence, they definitely wouldn't have been so sure. But now, Shengguan Jing frowned and didn't say anything. He just followed Chu Luiyue and kept walking down. What the truth was, perhaps they would know soon. Crack. A subtle sound suddenly came from behind. It seemed that something had broken, but it didn't seem like it. At the same time, there seemed to be a wave of power surging over. However, before it spread out, it had been suppressed. Sensing the movement, Chu Luyue and Sheng Wanjing looked back at the same time. What? What happened just now? Sheng Wanjing asked curiously. He was very close, so he could clearly sense that the fluctuation came from Rong Xiu's body. Rong Xiu's thin lips curved up, and he smiled. Nothing, it's just that the halberd of 10,000 peaks has just recognized its master. Sheng Wanjing was shocked and lost his voice. What? Chu Luyue was also a little surprised. Just now? Rong Xiu nodded and picked up the myriad peaks halberd. Even though the surroundings were bright and resplendent, one could still clearly see the streams of light above. They were extremely beautiful and extremely sharp. Originally, the process of a sacred artifact recognizing a master is somewhat troublesome. However, the 10,000 peaks halberd had already devoured a lot of Tianlei's power and was only one step away from completely awakening it. Therefore, he saved a lot of time and energy. Chu Luyue raised his eyebrows slightly. In that case, I really have to thank Family Wei properly. Rong Xiu also laughed. Of course. Sheng Wanjing stood between the two of them and listened to them chatting casually while taking the long halberd of 10,000 peaks, one of the 10 great divine weapons. He was speechless for a while. Only in his mind, a voice was crazily shouting, "A saint artifact." That was a saint artifact. It recognized him as its master just like that? Most importantly, it's such a big matter. Can't you two give a little more reaction? What do you want me to do like this? Chu Luyue looked at Sheng Wanjing. Seeing that his expression was a little strange, he asked with concern, "Taizu, what's wrong with you?" Sheng Wanjing took a deep breath. I'm fine, look at how nonchalant the children were. He couldn't embarrass himself too much. Rong Xiu asked, "Perhaps Taizu also yearns for the sacred artifact?" Chu Luyue nodded in understanding. I see. How about this? If we find other sacred artifacts in the future, we'll keep them for you, Taizu. Sheng Wanjing slipped and hurriedly reached out to support himself against the wall beside him, barely managing to stand firm. Ahem. No need. Such treasures depend on one's luck. If one doesn't have that luck, it's useless even if they keep holding it in their hands. You don't have to worry about me. Wasn't Wei Zhe like this before? Although he had obtained the 10,000 peaks halberd, it still hadn't recognized him as its master after such a long time. On the other hand, Rong Xiu had just casually held the 10,000 peaks halberd in his hand and directly became its new master. It was useless no matter how envious, jealous, or hateful others were. They didn't deliberately lower their voices, so Wei Zhe, who followed them in, quickly heard these words. When Wei Zhe learned that the 10,000 peaks halberd had recognized Rong Xiu as its master, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. It wasn't easy for him to obtain it. The entire family Wei had only possessed this sacred artifact for thousands of years. However, as soon as he took it out, it became someone else's in the blink of an eye. Rong Xiu. Aren't you going overboard by doing this? Wei Zhe finally couldn't hold it in and questioned sternly. Previously, I was very polite to you out of respect for your identity as the Holy Son. Is this what you did? The distance between the two of them wasn't far. Moreover, the tunnel was bright, so they could see each other. Rong Xiu chuckled. Family Wei is the Lord. Sacred artifacts have spirits, so they choose their own masters. It had been in your hands for so long, but you couldn't become its master. This only proves that there's no fate between the two of you. Now that the 10,000 peaks halberd has chosen I as its master, how can I reject it? You. Wei Zhe was exasperated. However, Rong Xiu's words were reasonable, and he couldn't refute them at all. If he had to blame someone, he could only blame himself for not having such luck. Wei Zhe couldn't help but feel regret. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have taken it out. Now, Tang Ke's tomb had been opened by Chu Luyue, and the 10,000 Peaks halberd had become Rong Xiu's. This was a huge loss. Chu Luyue raised his voice slightly. Lord of Family Wei, since we're already here, you should save your energy. Who knows what dangers we'll face down there? After all, you're the Lord of Family Wei. It won't be good if you die here. Wei Zhe was furious. His face was ashen. These two people really knew how to infuriate people better than the other. A few Family Wei members behind him tried to persuade him in a low voice. Lord, we don't know what's going on down there. Why don't we wait and see? That's right. After all, it was Sheng Guanyu who opened the door. No matter what, we have to know what's going on down there. What do you think? If he fell out with the other party here, then who knew what would happen? When Wei Zhe heard this, he knew that they had a point. He could only suppress his anger for the time being. I'll get my revenge sooner or later. Silence returned to the passageway. Only the sound of everyone's breathing and footsteps could be heard. Although the surroundings were still bright and resplendent, the atmosphere became more and more tense as they went down, perhaps out of fear and worry for the unknown. The people behind them gradually caught up with them. Chu Luyue didn't need to turn around to know that the people outside had all entered the passageway. Now, it would be even more difficult for them to fight for anything. After some time, they finally reached the last step of the passageway. She looked forward and was suddenly stunned. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2054. Not far ahead, there was an entrance. The entrance was in the shape of an arch and led straight inside. It was pitch black inside. No one knew what was on the other side and what kind of scenery it was. There was a biting cold wind surging out from inside. The strands of hair on Chu Luyue's forehead fluttered gently and landed on her face, making it itchy. She casually tucked it behind her ear and walked forward. Wait. Sheng Guanjing hurriedly pulled her back. This place is very strange. It's better to be careful. Chu Luyue chuckled and patted his arm. Don't worry. Since I can open this door, I'm not afraid of danger. Besides, aren't you and Rong Xiu here? Only then did Sheng Guanjing relax a little. Actually, thinking about it carefully, Yu's current combat strength should not be much worse than his. If she summoned Dumpling and Zi Chen, she would definitely win. She must have the strength to deal with Yi Wentao. Actually, if he came alone, he wouldn't have these worries. The main reason was that he couldn't let go of Chu Luyue. Even though he knew that she was powerful now, his heart couldn't help but beat faster at the thought of her facing danger. Meeting Chu Luyue's calm gaze, Sheng Guanjing finally let go of her. Chu Luyue stepped forward and approached step by step. The surrounding lights were bright, but not a single ray of light could flow into the thick darkness. There seemed to be an invisible barrier at the arch-like entrance, completely dividing this space into two parts. Chu Luyue walked to the front and stood still. Buzz. Standing here, the faintly discernible buzzing sound became clearer and clearer. Clearly, all of the commotion was coming from inside. Footsteps kept coming from behind. Obviously, more and more people were walking down. Everyone's gaze was focused on Chu Luyue. Dead silence. Chu Luyue's eyes were filled with determination. After gently exhaling, she clenched Scarlet Heaven's sword in her hand and took a step forward. Soon, half of her body merged into the darkness. Everyone held their breaths and didn't even blink, afraid that they would miss something. Tap. The sound of feet hitting the ground could be heard. Chu Luyue's figure finally disappeared before everyone's eyes. A thick darkness shrouded everything in front of her eyes. She knew that she had passed through the entrance and completely entered this strange black space. But, the surroundings were still quiet. Chu Luyue could even hear his own heartbeat and breathing. She looked left and right. What entered his eyes was a thick black that could not be dissolved. A gust of wind blew over, bringing with it a slight chill. The buzzing sound seemed to be coming from all directions. Chu Luyue listened carefully for a while, but still couldn't tell where it came from. She raised her sword, intending to summon a flame for illumination. However, the moment the reddish-gold flame appeared, it was quickly extinguished. Chu Luyue was stunned for a moment. It seemed that there was some kind of force suppressing the surroundings. A faint layer of pressure seemed to be gradually enveloping her. I want to come out. Dumpling's soft voice sounded, with a hint of curiosity and anticipation. Chu Luyue was a little surprised. Now? Yes. Although Dumpling was lively and active, she had always been very sensible. At critical moments, she always knew what she should and shouldn't do. It was rare for her to take the initiative to speak like this. Chu Luyue only thought for a moment before agreeing. Okay. But you can't run around. You must follow me well here, understand? Dumpling hurriedly agreed. Yes, yes. Dumpling listens to you the most. Only then did Chu Luyue feel relieved. With a thought, Dumpling's figure immediately appeared beside her. A layer of reddish-gold flame burned on her body, but it seemed to be suppressed by some kind of power. The flame was slightly weak. Chu Luyue's eyes narrowed slightly. Dumpling had opened her fifth meridian and was very strong. Adding to the fact that she had a pure bloodline, her pressure could not be underestimated. Even Yi Wentao had not been able to gain an advantage against her. Yet here, Dumpling's presence was still at a disadvantage. I wonder what is in this darkness. At this time, a strange ripple came from her body. She stilled slightly. This ripple came from the armillary shield. Just as this thought flashed through her mind, a bright light suddenly poured down from above her head. Where the light reached, the thick darkness in the surroundings suddenly retreated. It was as if the dust accumulated over the years was suddenly wiped away, and everything gradually revealed its original appearance. All the scenes slowly appeared in front of Chu Luyue. This was an extremely wide circular space. The tall walls were a dense and dark black, very similar to the armillary shield. And on the circular wall, there were incomparably thick bronze doors. There was only a beam of light falling from the dome above her head, and it was unclear. Chu Luyue was standing at the entrance of this huge space. With her as the center, there were 5 doors on each side. In total, there were 10 doors. The vast pressure was coming from these bronze doors. She stared blankly at the scene in front of her. She had never thought that it would be like this inside. Was this really Tang Ke's tomb? However, from the looks of it, it really didn't look like a tomb, and the 10 doors were all smooth and flat. There were no patterns carved on them. They were completely the same. Other than that, there was nothing else here. It was even too empty. The people outside also noticed the changes inside. Rong Xiao and the others walked in one after another. Shengguan Jing looked around and was also stunned. To think that he had been worried for a long time. Now, it seemed that it was very different from what he had expected. He waited patiently for a while and did not discover any danger. Do you see anything? Chu Luyue stared at the 10 bronze doors thoughtfully. Not yet. She vaguely felt that these doors were a little different, but nothing had happened yet, so it was not easy to guess. Shengguan Jing followed her gaze and frowned. Why? Why are there so many doors here? At this moment, Wei Zhe and the others saw that Chu Luyue and the others were fine and walked in one after another. Hearing Shengguan Jing's words, everyone fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Wei Zhe's eyes lit up. 10 doors? Didn't Tang Ke refine 10 sacred artifacts in the battle with Mr. Su back then? Perhaps it corresponds to these 10 doors? These words immediately gained the approval of many people. It was not unreasonable to guess like that. Otherwise, who would leave 10 bronze doors here? I want to go over. Dumpling tugged at Chu Liyue's hand and whispered. Chu Liyue looked in the direction she was pointing. You want to go to the middle? Dumpling nodded vigorously. Yes. Chu Liyue thought for a moment. Okay, I'll go with you. Wonderful book house. Chapter 2055. She held Scarlet Heaven's sword tightly in one hand and Dumpling in the other as she walked towards the center. Rong Xiu looked up slightly and stared at her. His gaze was deep and there seemed to be waves in his eyes, but they disappeared in an instant. The closer they got to the center, the clearer Chu Liyue realized that the pressure on her body became. However, she did not sense any dangerous killing intent from it. The space was very big, and Chu Liyue walked very cautiously, so it took them a while to finally reach the center. When they got closer, Chu Liyue realized that there seemed to be some kind of pattern engraved in the center of the ground. However, probably because it was too old, it was already blurred and difficult to distinguish. Dumpling's eyes lit up and she was about to step on it happily. Chu Liyue pulled her back. Dumpling, do you know what that is? Dumpling blinked and shook her head. I don't know. Chu Liyue. I don't know why you want to go so badly. Yes. Dumpling tilted her head and thought for a while. I don't know what's going on either, but I really want to go. Chu Liyue looked at her, her thoughts surging. What is it that can make Dumpling have such a reaction? You, don't worry. I can feel that it's not dangerous up there. Just let me go. Dumpling hugged Chu Liyue's thigh and began to act coquettishly. Chu Liyue touched her hair bun, feeling amused and helpless. Okay, just go. Dumpling's intuition had always been very accurate. Since she said so, then, there should be no problem. I knew it, you is the best. Dumpling's eyes curved in joy and she rubbed against her leg. Chu Liyue grabbed her little hand and paused for a moment before finally taking a step forward. When her feet landed on the veined pattern, the faint buzzing sound from before exploded in her ears like a sudden clap of thunder. Wang! A ray of resplendent light suddenly erupted from beneath her feet. Chu Liyue subconsciously raised his hand to cover his eyes. Boom! Boom! Something was gushing out of it. The sharp and biting cold aura was like the edge of a blade as it swiftly flew past her body, sticking close to her body and narrowly escaping. It took a while before it gradually calmed down. Chu Liyue could faintly feel that there were streaks of light flickering around him. She was slightly stunned. She put down her hand and looked around. When she saw the scene in front of her, even she couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock as she stood there in a daze. As for the others present, they were all stunned. Looking at everything before them, they were speechless. In the vast space, streaks of light were densely packed and intertwined with each other. What entered his eyes was like a dazzling river of stars, causing him to be dazzled. And these, all of them were Tianlei. Countless dazzling silver bolts of heavenly lightning filled the entire space. They flowed slowly like water, yet they were brilliant, holy, and powerful. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped flowing. Everything seemed insignificant in the face of this vast and shocking power. Chu Liyue stared blankly. These were all gushing out from beneath her feet just now. Dumpling screamed excitedly. Ah! That's great! I knew it! I knew it! She let go of Chu Liyue's hand and started running as if she was running, passing through the countless bolts of lightning. She was like a fish swimming freely in the water, but also like a ball of fire burning freely with the wind. Her crisp and cute voice was especially clear in this quiet space. Wherever she passed, streaks of Tianlei energy rushed into her body like silver snakes. And the aura on her body began to rise at an alarming speed. Chu Luiyue looked at this scene and finally understood. No wonder Dumpling was so eager and enthusiastic. It turned out that she had long sensed that there were countless Tianlei buried under the ground. Previously, in the Thousand Wine Mountain, she was the same. She soaked in the spring water that accumulated countless Tianlei energy for an entire month. It was also that time that Dumpling successfully broke through the shackles and became a crimson gold sky phoenix. This scene was so familiar, but it was not exactly the same. Because the Tianlei accumulated in the Thousand Wine Mountain spring was just a drop in the ocean compared to this place. There was no comparison between the two. Who knew how many years it would take to gather such a shocking amount of Tianlei? Chu Luiyue suddenly thought of something and looked down. The ground under her feet had returned to normal. The patterns on it had also dissipated. She instantly understood something. That was a seal. At this moment, everyone finally came back to their senses. Why? Why are there so many Tianlei here? Perhaps they were all left behind by Senior Tang Ku? It's possible. After all, he was the top craftsman back then. His ability to trigger Tianlei is extremely strong. Wouldn't it be easy to refine a divine artifact here? Or perhaps, Senior Tang Ku's inheritance is here? All kinds of voices came one after another. Many people's expressions had changed from the initial shock and confusion to excitement and anticipation. There were even many people who were ready to make a move. Wei Zhe could not help but reach out his hand and reach toward the Tianlei closest to him. Qi! A scorching pain came from the center of his palm. Wei Zhe cried out in pain and quickly retracted his hand, but there were still shocking wounds on his hand. He was shocked and angry at the same time, and a deep sense of fear appeared in his heart. When he looked at the Tianlei again, his expression was very different from before. The surrounding people also looked over. Shengguan Jing sneered. These are Tianlei that contain extremely strong power. Even the exalted gods would find it difficult to deal with them. Family Wei, do you really think you're an ancient divine beast and can withstand the power of these Tianlei with just your body alone? The crowd roared with laughter. Wei Zhe's face turned red and white, but he had nothing to say. This time, he was too careless. When he saw Dumpling running happily over there, he could not help but reach out his hand. These Tianlei filled the entire space and moved slowly, automatically avoiding the crowd. However, if someone touched them, they would not avoid them. Wei Zhe only saw Dumpling's aura rising continuously, but he forgot that she was a crimson gold celestial phoenix. Ordinary people could not be compared to her. He gritted his teeth and said, I can't do it. If I can't do it, how many of you here can do it? These Tianlei's power is amazing, but we can only watch. As soon as he said that, the smiles on many people's faces faded. That's right. If they could only watch and not use it, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? At this moment, a deep, magnetic, and somewhat weathered man's voice was heard. These Tianlei are indeed for you to use. Chu Luiyue suddenly looked up. The voice came from behind the bronze door. However, it was difficult to tell which door it came from. Chu Luiyue said loudly. This humble one is Shengguan Yu. May I know your name, senior? The voice laughed. You trespassed on my territory, and now you're asking who I am? Chu Luiyue's pupils shrank. Tang Ku. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2056. In this world, there were only a handful of people who could call themselves saint. And Tang Ku, who had once refined 5 sacred artifacts, was one of them. Therefore, even if he had not seen the other party's appearance, Chu Luiyue immediately guessed his identity. You are Senior Tang Ku? Chu Luiyue asked tentatively. Even though he was 70 to 80% sure in his heart, he still had to ask this question. The moment the two words, Tang Ku, came out, everyone immediately stopped talking. They all pricked up their ears and listened attentively. This question was exactly what they wanted to ask. What answered Chu Luiyue was a meaningful laugh. I didn't expect that after 10,000 years, there would still be people who remember this saint's name. It was indeed him. Chu Luiyue reacted extremely quickly, immediately cupping his fists and bowing respectfully. Junior has long heard of Senior's great reputation. It is Junior's fortune to have met you today. These words were true. As one of the only two powerful existences in the entire divine ruins who had ever refined a sacred artifact, Tang Ku was like an insurmountable mountain. His name was deeply engraved in the hearts of every weapon refiner. Most people would never have the chance to see a sacred artifact in their entire lives. Not to mention seeing Tang Ku. Now, the real Tang Ku had actually appeared here. How could they not be excited? Even if it was just a voice, to the weapon refiners present, they would have no regrets. After a short silence, Wei Zhe and the others also reacted and bowed. Greetings, Senior Tang Ku. Many people were so excited that their faces flushed red, and even their bodies began to tremble. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't tell where the voice came from, they would have already knelt down. Tang Ku, however, laughed and teased, "Don't worry. This saint is only half a remnant soul now. How did you all see it?" Everyone was speechless for a moment and looked at each other. They did not expect Tang Ku to say such words. Chu Luiyue was also somewhat surprised. She had originally thought that an existence like Tang Ku should be high and mighty, sacred and dignified. But now, she felt that it was very different from what she had expected. "Girl, come over here." Tang Ku's voice came from all directions. No one knew which direction she was referring to when she said, "Go forward." However, they could all tell that this lass was for Chu Luiyue. In an instant, all eyes were on Chu Luiyue. Everyone had different expressions. Surprise, suspicion, uneasiness, envy. Who didn't want to win Tang Ku's favor? If Tang Ku was happy, he might even pass on everything he had learned in his lifetime. Chu Luiyue turned a blind eye to these gazes. She knew what Tang Ku meant. Yes. She responded and stepped forward without hesitation. His feet landed right on the spot where the seal had been. At this moment, Chu Luiyue clearly felt a gaze that seemed to have materialized on his body. Her heart tightened. It was Tang Ku's eyes. But fortunately, this gaze wasn't aggressive. Chu Luiyue's expression was calm as she stood there calmly, allowing the other party to size her up. This was their territory. If the other party really wanted to do something, they wouldn't have waited until now. "You're not old, but you've got guts." Tang Ku suddenly snorted, his voice was dignified without being angry. "Do you know what kind of sin it is to disturb this saint?" As his voice fell, in the vast space, countless Tianlei suddenly changed directions and rushed toward Chu Luiyue. It was as if in the next moment, if she said one wrong word, these terrifying Tianlei would all strike down without hesitation. The atmosphere was tense, on the verge of breaking out. Peach Blossom Dock, Yu Mansion. In the courtyard, little Hachi was sitting at a stone table under the shade of a tree. In front of her was a basket of peach blossom petals that she had just picked. The sun shone down, and the shadows of the trees were mottled. A gentle breeze blew, and the branches and leaves swayed. The spots of light were like twinkling stars. It accentuated her jade-like skin, beautiful and enchanting. She picked up a petal from the basket and looked at it carefully. Then, she shook her head and revealed a look of slight disdain. Her delicate fingers, which were painted with nail polish, moved slightly, and the petal fell to the ground with the wind. There was already a large patch of pinkish-white petals at her feet. Then, she picked up another petal. Sister 8. 13 walked in from outside. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and he was panting slightly. Little Hachi raised her eyelids and glanced at him, which was rare. Just ran back? Yes. Big brother gave you extra training again? 13 nodded and pursed his lips into a smile. As expected, nothing can escape Sister 8's eyes. Little Hachi smiled, and there was a hint of pride in her eyes. Of course. Although it was not difficult for anyone to guess what had happened when they saw 13's current appearance, Little Hachi had never rejected such compliments. Sister 8, why did you pick these petals? 13 asked curiously. Recently, Sister 8 seemed to be particularly relaxed. Little Hachi picked up a petal. Naturally, it's for bathing and smelling. It just snowed a few days ago, and the fragrance of these petals is at its strongest. Of course, we have to hurry. Otherwise, when the snow melts, the smell will be much fainter. The peach blossoms in Peach Blossom Cove were different from those in other places. She had only discovered this recently, so she was happily fiddling with these things. Those that don't look good, those that haven't bloomed properly, or those that have bloomed too much, can't be used. 13 was confused. This has a big impact? Anyway, they're all used for smelling. The shape and so on, it seems, there's no difference. Little Hachi shook her head mysteriously. You're still young, so you don't understand. This thing will affect Sister 8's mood, so it's very important. She had always spared no effort in this kind of thing and wanted to do her best. 13 nodded as if he understood. Anyway, Sister 8's words always seemed to make sense. 13? At this moment, a familiar voice came from outside the courtyard. Little Hachi and 13 looked towards the source of the voice. Dean Nan? The two were surprised. During this period, Nan Su Huai had been staying in Peach Blossom Cove, but he spent most of his time outside and rarely appeared in the U residence. So when they saw him, Little Hachi and 13 were very surprised. Nan Su Huai walked over. Little Hachi stood up and bowed together with 13. Nan Su Huai laughed. This old man just happened to pass by here. You don't have to worry about it, just do what you need to do. As he said that, he looked at 13 again and said with some emotion and surprise. 13, it's only been such a short time and you broke through again? 13 was now a stage 8 warrior. He smiled shyly. The cultivation environment here is good, so my cultivation is naturally faster. It's all thanks to Master and Big Brother. By the way, are you here today to look for Master? She's not here today. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2057. Nan Su Huai waved his hand with a smile. I know she's not here. I'm not here to look for her. 13 paused for a second before he reacted. Not many people knew that his master and his highness had left. But Nan Su Huai was his master's master, so it wasn't strange that he knew about it. Then why are you here today? Nan Su Huai stroked his beard and smiled. Nothing. I've finished my business here. I'm going to rest today so I can return to the academy tomorrow. His only purpose was to help Chu Luyue gain a foothold in Peach Blossom Dock. Now that he had achieved his goal, he should return to the academy. After all, he had been away for a long time. 13 came to a realization and nodded. Then, he asked hesitantly, I see. Then, are you not waiting for my master and his highness to come back? Nan Su Huai was about to leave, but when he heard 13's question, he found it interesting. He glanced at 13. 13, are you worried about them? No. 13 immediately shook his head and looked at Nan Su Huai's eyes that seemed to have seen through him. I heard that the Chingu Slope is Family Wei's territory. If my master and his highness go there alone, what if, bang? Before he could finish, little Hachi walked up and slapped the back of 13's head. Bah! What nonsense are you talking about? My master and his highness are blessed by the heavens. Why would they be in danger? She put her hands together and prayed sincerely. Children's words carry no harm. 13 touched his head. Sister 8, I'm not a child anymore. He was a head taller than Sister 8. Little Hachi glanced at him. 13 immediately shut his mouth obediently. It seemed like Brother 10's teachings were right. Almost no one in the 13 could compete with Sister 8. But the best way to save his life was, Sister 8 was always right. Nan Su Hui stroked his beard and smiled. Little 8, 13, you don't have to worry. Nothing will happen to them this time. After all, they were going to Tang Ku's tomb. With his high, Rong Xiao and Senior Shengwan, what problem could not be solved? Judging from his tone, he seemed to be very assured about this matter. Little Hachi was instantly interested. She leaned forward and asked, why is Dean Nan so sure? Although Shengwan Jing and the others were powerful, Tang Ku was even more famous. Who knew what kind of traps and dangers were hidden in Tang Ku's tomb? Nan Su Hui coughed and said, this. Think about it. There's no need to talk about Senior Shengwan. Even Rong Xiao and you have extremely high talent in refining weapons. If even they can't handle it, then there's no need to talk about the others, right? Hearing Nan Su Hui praise her master, little Hachi was satisfied. That's true. Since even you have said so, then we are even more at ease. Nan Su Hui laughed and looked at the two of them with emotion. Previously, he didn't know much about the 13 but this time, Chu Luyue took down the Peach Blossom Dock. It could be said that the 13 had made a great contribution. Little Hachi in front of him was usually very delicate. She was very particular about her makeup and clothes. Just standing there, she was enchanting and could be said to be a stunner. However, when it came to doing things, she was not careless. Previously, in order to repair the medicinal herbs in the Peach Blossom Dock, she had been working with Xiaofan and put in a lot of effort. From then on, Nan Su Hui knew that he had underestimated the ability of the 13 The people chosen by Yu seemed to have different personalities, but in fact, all of them were extremely outstanding. It was no wonder that 13 was unwilling to go to Lingxiao College to cultivate. Perhaps he would be able to learn even more by following these people. He wondered where Yu had chosen these people from back then. Nan Su Hui sighed in his heart. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he left. After he left, little Hachi's body softened. She sat down again and focused on choosing the petals. 13. Xin Yi's voice suddenly sounded from outside. 13 hurriedly turned around. Big brother. Xin Yi raised his chin. Continue. Yes. 13 was already used to Xin Yi's training and hurriedly ran over. When he came to Xin Yi's side and saw that calm and indifferent face, 13 hesitated for a moment. Big brother, you don't seem to be worried about Master and the others. Xin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Is what Dean Nan said not enough? 13 was stunned. Based on Big Brother's words. Does he really think that Master will be safe and sound with Grand Ancestor and His Highness Saint around? Big Brother, you seem to. His Highness Saint is very, think highly of him? Admire him? Respect him? 13 was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. Big Brother was indifferent and arrogant. There were very few people who could enter his eyes. But it seemed that from the start, his attitude towards His Highness was very polite. Xin Yi glanced at him indifferently. It won't be too late to ask these questions when you become a high god. Clear ancient slope, messy stone forest. Tang Ku's questioning voice reverberated throughout the entire space, bringing with it a heavy pressure as it fell down heavily. Chu Liuyue's shoulders seemed to be pressed by something, and the blood in her body rushed quickly. Everyone also subconsciously held their breaths. Was Tang Ku going to hold Chu Luiyue accountable? Amidst the silence, Chu Luiyue raised her chin, curved her lips, and said word by word, "Senior, weren't you the one who let me in?" Dead silence. Many people looked at each other in surprise. What did Chu Luiyue mean by that? Tang Ku let her in? How was that possible? Wei Zhe couldn't help but sneer. This Chu Luiyue really thought of herself as someone important. Who did she think she was to make someone like Tang Ku do this for her? She was really bold. Tang Ku wouldn't let her off easily for saying such things. However, just as everyone thought that Chu Luiyue was going to be punished for this, they suddenly heard a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha. Girl, you're really smart. Tang Ku's voice was filled with undisguised joy and admiration. The atmosphere instantly changed, and the hostility from before dissipated instantly. Tang Ku's smile immediately stunned everyone present. What did that mean? Could it be that Tang Ku really took the initiative to let Chu Luiyue in? But didn't he stay here and never go out? Then how did he get in touch with Chu Luiyue? Hearing Tang Ku's voice, Chu Luiyue's eyes curved slightly, but she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She had made the right bet. The reason why she was the only one who could open the door outside was because it was Tang Ku's idea. And the reason why he chose her out of so many people. Chu Luiyue's hand slowly tightened as a guess flashed through her mind. Perhaps it had something to do with the armillary shield in her body. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2058. That's right. You were able to open the door and enter this place because of my instructions. However, I originally thought that you would come in by yourself. I didn't expect you to bring so many people with you. Tang Ku's deep voice reverberated in the vast space. Everyone had different expressions when they heard this. Why did these words sound so uncomfortable? Could it be that Tang Ku had chosen Chu Luiyue alone from the beginning? And they were able to enter because of Chu Luiyue? This made the people who were waiting to see Chu Luiyue make a fool of themselves speechless and feel very upset. No one would be in a good mood after hearing such words. Shengguan Jing was very happy. Anyway, Yu was promising, and he was proud. If Yu really inherited Tang Ku's mantle in the end, he would be happier and more excited than if he got these things. Rong Xiu stood at the side with his hands behind his back. Upon hearing this, he tilted his head slightly and glanced at Chu Luiyue. His originally cold eyes and eyebrows had a faint smile on them. Chu Luiyue's lips curled up slightly. I was stupid and didn't understand Senior's meaning. Although she said that, her expression was relaxed and there was no regret or annoyance on her face. Tang Ku seemed a little surprised. Don't you think it's a pity? What's a pity? It's a pity. You could have enjoyed such a great opportunity alone. Little girl, this sage will give you another chance. As long as you agree, I can send everyone out now and only leave you alone. And all my inheritance will be inherited by you at that time. When these words were said, everyone was shocked and in an uproar. Senior Tang Ku. Finally, someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and stepped forward to speak. Senior, please reconsider. Although we can't open that door, in terms of talent and strength, we are not inferior to Shengguan Yu in the slightest. In fact, we are even better. If you really want to choose someone to inherit your mantle, it must be the most outstanding person in the world. Shengguan Yu may not be qualified for this position. Yes. Shengguan Yu's cultivation as a martial artist was truly outstanding. Even at the high deity realm, he could fight against a supreme god expert. But in terms of refining, she may not be the best choice for you. You must consider it carefully. Senior Tang Ku, all kinds of voices kept coming, all trying to dissuade Tang Ku from making this decision. From their point of view, if Tang Ku really chose Chu Luiyue, it was really unreasonable and a big mistake. Of all the people present, which one of them wasn't better at refining armaments than her? In terms of strength and experience, she was the one who had no competition at all. I really don't know what's wrong with Tang Ku. She actually made such a choice. Tang Ku asked. Girl, what do you think? Chu Luyue snorted inwardly. This senior Tang Ku was really not easy to deal with. If he really wanted to pass the inheritance to her, he could have just let her in from the very beginning and shut the door on everyone else. Why do you have to do this now? Just now, he had already made it clear. If she chose to drive these people out now, everyone would point their fingers at her. For Tang Ku, this was a simple matter. After all, he was the master here. But for her, it would cause a lot of trouble. Although she wasn't afraid, she didn't want to take the blame for nothing. Therefore, she raised her eyes slightly and smiled. Senior Tang Ku, it's a great honor to be able to inherit your legacy. But since I'm the one who brought them in, there's no reason to drive them out now. So, you're saying that you want to keep them? Tang Ku asked. Do you know that if you do this, it means that you have to compete with them again? I don't need to remind you of the difficulties involved. You should understand it yourself, right? Chu Luyue nodded. I understand. I'm willing to compete with everyone fairly. Only those who have the talent and opportunity will be able to inherit your legacy. This is the most suitable way, isn't it? As soon as Chu Luyue finished speaking, the surroundings fell into a strange silence. The crowd, who were speaking passionately just now, quietened down. They looked at Chu Luyue with different expressions. From their standpoint, it was normal for them to say those words. After all, the opportunity was right in front of them. They had to try and fight for it. But if they were Chu Luyue, they wouldn't say those words like her. Tang Ku's legacy. Countless craftsmen in the world dreamed of it, but it was out of their reach. Now, as long as she opened her mouth, she could get it easily. But she had rejected him? She even said that she wanted to compete with them. Was there something wrong with her brain? Or did she think that she would definitely win? Master Yu of Peach Blossom Cove, you're indeed worthy of your reputation. You're magnanimous and upright. I'm really impressed by your breadth of mind. Wei Zhe cupped his fists and said with a chuckle. However, his tone was somewhat ambiguous. Master Yu, you're so confident that you can come out on top. Chu Luyue glanced at him, and her eyes curved. Compared to the seniors here, I'm still inexperienced and not worth mentioning. Today, he was fortunate enough to be recognized by Senior Tang Ku and be able to compete with the other seniors. It was already a rare blessing. Her words were rather humble. As soon as she said that, many people's expressions softened. This Shengguan Yu didn't seem to be as arrogant and domineering as the rumors said. Moreover, her actions were equivalent to giving the others a chance. Everyone had a good impression of her. A fair competition based on everyone's ability was good for everyone. The originally tense atmosphere eased up quite a bit. Wei Zhe cursed in his heart. Cunning. She was just saying nice words. If she wasn't afraid of these people and was worried that she would be besieged, she wouldn't have made such a choice and said such words. But the situation had changed. Wei Zhe knew that it wasn't good to keep suppressing Chu Luyue, so he could only wave his sleeves. Then we'll wait and see Master Yu's glory. Tang Ku asked. Are you sure? Chu Luyue nodded. I've made up my mind. Please enlighten me, Senior Tang Ku. Tang Ku laughed heartily when she heard that. Good. Since you've said so, I'll treat you all equally. It's easy to get my inheritance. The Tianlei here is something that I've accumulated for tens of thousands of years. From now on, you can think of all ways to devour it. There's no time limit for this competition. Whoever devours the most will be the final winner. Of course, if any of you can't withstand the power of the Tianlei and explode, I won't be responsible. It's up to you to decide what to do. The final winner will be able to open the 10 bronze doors and obtain my inheritance. Wonderful book room. Chapter 2059. After Tang Ku finished speaking, everyone was a little dazed. This is the competition? Isn't it too simple and crude? But after thinking about it carefully, they had to admit that this was indeed an extremely effective method for weapon refiners to quickly determine the winner. This was because the difference in strength between weapon refiners was largely reflected in the ability to trigger Tianlei. The higher the level, the stronger the strength, and the more Tianlei that could be triggered. Now that there were so many Tianlei here, it was a lot more convenient. Senior Tang Ku, may I ask if only we can participate in this competition, or can we have outside help? Wei Zhe suddenly spoke. Tang Ku laughed. Naturally, only we can participate. Then, the scarlet gold heavenly phoenix that Shengguanyu has contracted is an ancient divine beast, and it has an extremely strong ability to devour Tianlei. If this is also counted as Shengguanyu, wouldn't it be a little unfair to others? Shengguan Jing couldn't help but scold. Wei Zhe, do you still have any shame? Our family's girl has already agreed not to chase you out and compete with you. Do you still think it's not enough? If you really feel that it's unfair, why don't you go and contract an ancient divine beast yourself? What do you mean by always having ideas about You're the dignified head of the family Wei after all, how can you actually say such words? Are you that afraid of losing? These words caused Wei Zhe's face to turn red. He took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress his anger, and said in a deep voice. Senior Shengguan, I'm just speaking the truth. I believe that everyone present has this layer of concern, right? Contract an ancient divine beast? There's only one in the entire Divine Ruins world for so many years. How can they compete? If the Scarlet Gold Heavenly Phoenix is really counted, there's no need for them to compete in this round. Tang Ku paused, as if she was thinking, and then asked. Girl, what do you think? What do I think? What else can I think? Chu Luyue cursed in her heart. This Tang Ku was really digging a hole for her to jump into. However, she could only accept it now. Since the head of the family Wei has said so, if I don't agree, wouldn't it seem like I don't know etiquette and take advantage of everyone? Chu Luyue smiled faintly. Dumpling doesn't count, but I have a request. Go ahead. Although Dumpling is not participating in this competition, she has always liked to devour the power of Tianlei to refine her muscles and bones. So, Senior Tang Ku, please allow Dumpling to continue staying here. Of course. Tang Ku agreed without hesitation. Wei Zhe, do you have any other requests? Wei Zhe hurriedly replied, replying to Senior Tang Ku, no. He had achieved his goal, and that was enough. Everyone else nodded in agreement without saying a word. After all, Dumpling was Chu Luyue's contracted divine beast. If she insisted on letting Dumpling participate, the others wouldn't have any reason to refute. Now that she agreed to not count Dumpling's results, it was already a big compromise. If they were to continue speaking, everyone would feel ashamed and embarrassed. Without the help of the Crimson Gold Celestial Phoenix, how could Chu Luyue be their opponent alone? Although everyone knew that Chu Luyue was Nan Suhuai's disciple and was also an all-rounder in cultivation, the fame she made in the Divine Ruins world was related to martial artists and mystic cultivators. As for smithing, no one had heard of it before. However, as the Holy Sun, Rongxiu seemed to have occupied the first place on the Green Cloud roll when he was in Lingxiao College. If they had the time, they might as well guard against Rongxiu. As for Chu Luyue, without external help, there was really no need to worry. Tang Ku said. Since that's the case, the competition will now, wait. Before he finished his sentence, he was suddenly interrupted by Chu Luyue. Senior, I have another question. Fortunately, Tang Ku was patient and did not get angry. She only asked, "Girl, what do you want to say?" Chu Luyue cupped her fists and bowed respectfully. "What I want to ask is, if the contracted beast is considered external help and can't be counted in the results, then, what about the divine artifacts?" "Divine artifacts can also trigger Tianlei." Tang Ku laughed heartily. "As long as it's your own and can trigger Tianlei with your own strength, it's naturally yours." Chu Luyue's lips curled up. "Thank you, senior." Low whispers came from the crowd. "Right. I heard that Shengguanyu has a lot of divine artifacts, even a divine artifact like the heavenly square sacred cauldron. With so many treasures, she has a higher chance of winning." "So what? No matter how many divine weapons she had, wouldn't she still have to consume her own energy to trigger the heavenly lightning? I think she can't even fully utilize the power of a venerable divine artifact. Not to mention other things." "That's true. The final test of this competition is one's talent and strength." Chu Luyue looked calm, as if she didn't hear the discussion at all. Tang Ku's voice soon reverberated throughout the entire space. "Since you have no more questions, then, let the competition begin." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd dispersed and found a place to sit. They were not dumpling, so they couldn't rely on their own bodies to resist. The best way was to refine the divine artifact and use it to trigger the heavenly lightning. In a way, this competition was also a competition of everyone's ability to refine artifacts. After all, the higher the level of the divine artifact, the more Tianlei it could trigger. Fortunately, this place was spacious enough for everyone to spread out. Dumpling grabbed a Tianlei next to her and stuffed it into her mouth. "Ah, you really don't need my help." As he spoke, lightning flashed in all directions, and fire blazed brightly. Some people were quietly sizing her up. When they saw this scene, their mouths couldn't help but twitch. Hiss. "It hurts just looking at her. The crimson gold celestial phoenix. She really lives up to her name." Chu Luyue looked at her and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Could it be that she was also like this in the spring of Thousand Wine Mountain? "Don't worry, your master can win even if she relies on herself." Chu Luyue gave her a reassuring look. "You can go and play by yourself first." Dumpling trusted her very much. When she heard her words, she immediately relaxed and raised her small face to smile brightly. "Then I'll go." With that, she tiptoed and rushed toward the place where the Tianlei gathered. For a moment, there was a crackling sound. The crowd fell silent. Fortunately, Wei Zhe said that just now. Otherwise, there would be no point in competing. "Fortunately, Shengguanyu won't be able to hold on for long," someone in the crowd muttered softly. Clang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was suddenly heard. Everyone who was about to go about their own business was shocked. They quickly looked over and saw a transparent cauldron suddenly appear in front of Chu Luyue. "That's the heavenly square cauldron. Wonderful book house." Chapter 2060. It was rumored that one of the 10 great sacred artifacts, the heavenly square cauldron, was in Chu Luyue's hands. Because of this, many families and clans had forced their way to Fangzhou City and almost barged into Lingxiao College. This matter had caused quite a stir back then, so it was hard not to know about it. However, very few people had seen the heavenly square cauldron with their own eyes. Now that Chu Luyue took it out without hesitation, it attracted many people's attention. The heavenly square cauldron was transparent and colorless karmic fire was burning inside. A heavy pressure was slowly emitted from it. "I haven't seen this item in a long time." Tang Ku suddenly let out a long sigh. "You and it are quite fated." Chu Luyue smiled. "This is my blessing." Tang Ku fell silent. Chu Luyue's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, she felt that Tang Ke seemed to care more about the heavenly square cauldron than the sacred artifacts he had made. Rong Xiao was here. It was impossible that he didn't know that the Thousand Peaks halberd was in Rong Xiao's hands. However, Tang Ke didn't mention it from the beginning until now. Instead, when she took out the heavenly square cauldron, Tang Ke, she lowered her eyes and suppressed the thoughts in her heart. No matter what, she had to win this round first. She sat cross-legged and seemed to be ready to activate the Tianlei. Many gazes fell on her. After all, the heavenly square cauldron was a sacred artifact. They were also very curious. It's rumored that the heavenly square cauldron is used to make pills. However, this competition is about activating the Tianlei. If she wants to win, she has to activate the heavenly square cauldron with the strength and means of a blacksmith. This and refining medicine are two different things. Yes. In the end, she probably can't even summon half of the heavenly square cauldron's power. It's a pity that the heavenly square cauldron is in her hands. Clang. An ear-piercing clang suddenly sounded. Everyone was shocked and hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. Rong Xiao had unknowingly summoned the 10,000 Peaks halberd and stabbed it into the ground. The end of the 10,000 Peaks halberd was still trembling because of the remaining power. With Wanfang's halberd as the center, several cracks spread out on the incomparably hard ground. One had to know that so many Tianlei had rushed out from the ground, but not a single mark was left on the surface. Rong Xiao's attack contained an astonishing amount of power. As far as I know, no one here seems to have a saint artifact. Since he had already fallen behind, instead of thinking about how to catch up, he was just waiting for others to make a mistake so that he could sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. I wonder when such a good thing would happen in this world? Rong Xiao's sword-like eyebrows raised slightly. His handsome and enchanting face seemed to be smiling, but the corners of his eyes and the tip of his eyebrows were filled with undisguised ridicule. His words didn't contain a single vulgar word, but it made many people's faces turn red with shame. Different from Chu Luyue, who had just gained a foothold, Rong Xiao was already famous in the Divine Ruins world for a long time. All the major families and clans were always afraid of him when he was mentioned. If they met, they would be even more polite. No choice, this man was too ruthless. It was just that he hadn't fought much in recent years, especially this time when he came together with Chu Luyue. Along the way, he had always been kind, gentle and elegant, causing many people to almost forget what kind of person he was in the past. At this moment, his move was obviously a warning. You, is about to start the competition. Everyone, please be quiet and don't disturb her. Rong Xiao's expression was languid as he said indifferently. Everyone felt sullen when they heard this. Listen to this. Is this something a human would say? What does he mean by asking everyone to be quiet when she's about to start the competition? Who here wasn't about to compete? Could it be that they weren't participating in the same competition? This is too much. However, although everyone was dissatisfied in their hearts, no one dared to say anything in front of him. Looking at Rong Xiao's posture, his thoughts weren't on the competition anyway. If anyone were to disturb Chu Luyue, he would really do anything. They couldn't afford to offend him. Wei Zhe let out a long breath and tidied his clothes. Let them be arrogant for a while more. When the competition ended and they were utterly defeated, it wouldn't be too late to ridicule them and turn the situation around. After Rong Xiao spoke and openly threatened, all kinds of discussions finally stopped. For some reason, Tang Ke didn't say anything during this process. Perhaps it was because of the Thousand Peaks halberd, many people thought in their hearts, but they quickly restrained their thoughts and began to focus on refining the divine weapons, preparing to trigger Tianlei. Shengguan Jing glanced at Rong Xiao and asked curiously. Rong Xiao, you don't intend to participate in this competition? Compared to you, his innate talent and strength were only stronger and not weaker. If you're worried that you, won't win, don't misunderstand. Rong Xiao knew that he had misunderstood, so he laughed and explained. I'm indeed not very interested in this. You can open the door and enter here first, which proves that she's the most suitable successor of Senior Tang Ku. No matter what others thought or how they fought, it was useless. Shengguan Jing thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense, so he didn't say anything else. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Shengguan Jing and the others hurriedly looked back and saw that Tianlei had already struck towards the heavenly square cauldron. Someone in the crowd couldn't sit still. So fast. The competition had just begun, and Chu Luyue seemed to have just sat down. Why did the Tianlei come down? Wonderful book house. Chapter 2061. The Tianlei quickly flew down and fell into the heavenly square cauldron, disappearing in the blink of an eye. From the beginning to the end, it did not cause any ripples at all. Everyone was stunned, but they quickly came to their senses. A divine artifact was a divine artifact after all. It was naturally easy for it to deal with a few Tianlei. After some time, when the number of Tianlei increased, Chu Luyue would not be able to withstand it and would give up. Just as he was thinking, another bolt of heavenly lightning struck down. Just like the first one, it quickly and quietly drilled into the heavenly square cauldron. The transparent karmic fire burned fiercely and swallowed it in an instant. Everyone had different reactions. Some were envious, some were jealous, and some had already looked away and started to focus on themselves. After all, no matter how they looked at it, it would not improve their results at all. If they had the time and energy, they might as well try their best to trigger more Tianlei. Perhaps they could even take a gamble. When one person started, the others followed suit. Soon, bolts of heavenly thunder began to fly in different directions. Shengguan Jing also stood beside Chu Luyue and took out a sword embryo. This docking jade spiritual embryo is extremely precious. Fortunately, I did not have time to carefully polish it before. Otherwise, I would have wasted today's great opportunity. From all aspects, the heavenly lightning here was far beyond what he could summon. If he could use the Tianlei here to refine it, it would definitely be more convenient. The quality of the divine artifact that was forged would also be more outstanding. No matter whether he could obtain Tang Ku's inheritance or not, it was extremely rare and precious to be able to cultivate in this sea of lightning. Shengguan Jing slightly staggered his feet, and the docking jade spiritual embryo quietly floated in front of him. He closed his eyes gently and began to activate the power in his body. Soon, bolts of heavenly lightning struck one after another. The most shocking thing was that the Tianlei all fell on the same spot on the docking jade spiritual embryo. Some people who saw this scene from afar could not help but exclaim inwardly. I've long heard that Shengguan Jing is a top-notch weapon refining venerable. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, he is indeed amazing. This level of control and sensitivity is indeed not something an ordinary person can compare to. After all, he was someone who had fought against 7 weapon refining venerables back then and remained undefeated. Although he had been in a deep slumber for 1,000 years, his strength had not diminished at all. He is indeed an extremely strong opponent. Rong Xiao, on the other hand, stood in the same spot, leaning on the Thousand Peaks halberd. His arms were crossed, and he looked lazy. From the looks of it, he really did not intend to participate in this battle. Yan Qing and Chang Wanzhou stood to the side in silence, waiting and guarding. In the vast space, only the 3 of them did not move. All kinds of noises gradually disappeared, leaving only the sound of Tianlei echoing in his ears. Chu Luyue didn't seem to care about the outside world. He only stared at the heavenly square cauldron in front of him. As more and more Tianlei fell into the heavenly square cauldron, its pressure gradually increased, and its entire body became clearer and brighter. Chu Luyue's force and mind were also constantly being depleted. However, his expression remained calm and focused. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Looking around, other than Rong Xiu, Yan Qing, and Dumpling, who was still running around, the rest of the people were focused on the competition. However, after so long, the number of Tianlei in this space did not seem to have decreased. This showed how terrifying the number of Tianlei was. However, Dumpling was very happy. Ever since that time in the Eye of the Thousand Wine Spring, she had not been so happy in a long time. It was so blissful to be here. There were so many Tianlei here, and the power they contained was so strong that it might be difficult for an ordinary person to bear. However, for Dumpling, who had just opened her 5th meridian, it was the most comfortable. She ran up and down, left and right, barefoot. Her body flickered with silver light, which had not disappeared since the beginning. Rong Xiu tilted his head, glanced at her, and finally raised his hand. A snow-white figure instantly appeared in front of him. It was Xue Xue. This is a rare opportunity. Go and play for a while. It was rare for Rong Xiu to be so merciful. Xue Xue was so moved that tears welled up in its eyes. It roared excitedly and ran out. Some people heard the commotion and looked over. When they saw that Rong Xiu had released his contracted magical beast, many of them were shocked. Although the white lion was also a divine beast, it was much weaker than an ancient divine beast. Otherwise, the people present would have released their contracted divine beasts long ago. Even if it did not count towards the final result, it was still good to increase the strength of the contracted divine beast. However, no one did so because they knew very well that ordinary divine beasts could not bear the power of Tianlei. Now that Rong Xiu had done so, roar. Xue Xue was extremely happy as it shuttled through the sea of lightning. Its body flashed with lightning and sparks. However, the crowd quickly realized that this did not have any effect on Xue Xue. Instead, it seemed that its aura was increasing continuously like Dumpling's. It was also devouring the power of Tianlei. After realizing this, many people felt stifled in their chests. It was fine that Rong Xiu was domineering and powerful, but even his contracted divine beast was more capable than other divine beasts. This was really unreasonable. Xue Xue was very proud when it sensed those gazes. It raised its neck and did a 360-degree turn in the air. It was simply too happy. Then, it swooped down and came to Rong Xiu. It was rare for it to be so close and docile. Now, it finally understood its master's good intentions. What was this small scene to it? Compared to what it had suffered in the Red Moon Desert, it was not worth mentioning at all. Its master was really far-sighted. If it had not gone to the Red Moon Desert a few times before, it would not be able to play around here now. Rong Xiu's lips curled up slightly. Xue Xue seemed to be encouraged. It spun around on the spot and ran away happily. This scene made the crowd want to vomit blood, but there was nothing they could do. They could only stare. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At a certain moment, a muffled sound was finally heard in the quiet space. Bam! It sounded like something had fallen to the ground. Rong Xiu looked to the side. A middle-aged man fell straight to the ground. Blood kept flowing out of the corner of his mouth. His eyes were tightly shut, and his face was pale. He seemed to have fainted. However, he was still holding a short sword tightly in his hands. Streaks of silver light flickered on it. In the next moment, the silver light quickly spread to his entire body. No, a panicked voice came from the side. It seemed that it had a premonition of what was about to happen. Rong Xiu calmly retracted his gaze. Bam! The man's body suddenly exploded. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 2062. However, there seemed to be an invisible barrier around him, completely surrounding him. His body exploded, but before it could splatter, it had already quickly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, his body had completely disappeared. There was not a single trace of blood on the ground. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that someone had died in such a short period of time. He did not even have time to cry out in pain or call for help before he had completely disappeared from this world. There were several people in the circle closest to him. At this time, they all stopped what they were doing and looked at this scene in a daze. One of them had a scar on his face. His face was as pale as a ghost, and his whole body was trembling. The person who died was his cousin. They had a very good relationship with each other. This time, they had specially come together. They did not expect that he would die just like that. Tang Ke's voice faintly sounded, "I have already warned you before. Do what you can. If you disregard your own life because of greed and desire to win, then even if you die, you can't blame others. You only have one life. All of you, take care of yourselves." In the silent space, this voice sounded particularly cold and indifferent. A layer of coldness swept over and shrouded everyone. That's right. Tang Ke had already said what needed to be said before. That person's death was obviously because he could no longer bear the power of the Tianlei, but he still insisted on continuing to bear it. Who could he blame for not being able to bear it himself? If they wanted to win this fierce competition, if they wanted to become the top refiner, if they wanted to stand in the highest position in the world, who didn't want to? But how could it be so easy? Some people showed hesitation on their faces. In fact, it was already very difficult for them to persevere until now. Many people were already on the verge of collapse. They only needed one last push to end up like that man. Tang Ke said, "If anyone wants to give up, just say so. I will let them go." The atmosphere was even more eerily quiet. After a moment, a man suddenly spoke. "I give up." The person who spoke was Scarface, whose cousin had died earlier. It was a simple 3 words, but he said it with great difficulty. Even his voice was trembling. His eyes were full of struggle and unwillingness. It could be seen that it was extremely difficult for him to make this decision. However, he was very clear about his own understanding. His strength was slightly inferior to his cousin's. If even his cousin couldn't hold on, then how much better could he be? If even he died, the bloodline of the family would be cut off, therefore, no matter what, he had to protect his life. Even if he was extremely unwilling to give up, he had no choice but to do so. Tang Ke was not surprised. Survival of the fittest, survival of the fittest, this is the most basic law of the Divine Ruins world. However, knowing how to judge the situation, advancing when it's time to advance and retreating when it's time to retreat is also a smart move. In his words, there seemed to be a hint of approval and consolation. Those who came here were almost all the most outstanding artifact refiners in the Divine Ruins. If even one of them died, it would be a huge loss. Tang Ke only wanted to select the most suitable person to inherit her legacy. She did not intend to kill all of these people. Withdrawing from the competition was an extremely difficult decision. This was especially true for the most prideful weapon refiners. When Scarface heard Tang Ke's words, he took a deep breath and calmed down a lot. "Senior Tang Ke, this junior has a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree?" "Speak." "Junior. Although I have given up on the competition, I still want to stay here and watch the battle. I wonder if you can agree?" Scarface said with some apprehension. However, Tang Ke didn't seem to care about this and laughed heartily. "What's wrong with that? You can just retreat to the entrance." Scarface was immediately excited. He thanked her profusely and stood up to walk over. Although he had withdrawn from the competition, it would be great if he could stay here and continue watching the battle. On one hand, he could broaden his horizons and increase his experience and strength. On the other hand, he could also satisfy his curiosity. Who didn't want to know who would inherit Tang Ke's legacy in the end? Scarface quickly retreated to the entrance and exhaled softly. It could be seen that although he felt a little regretful that he had to withdraw from the competition, being able to protect his life still relieved the pressure in his heart by a lot. With the first person taking the lead, the others quickly followed suit. Not long after, a few more people chose to give up and withdraw from the competition. There were also some people who secretly looked at Chu Luyue. Among this group of artificers, her strength was the most inconspicuous. Now that 4 or 5 people had already given up, it was reasonable to say that she shouldn't be able to hold on any longer. However, everyone waited and waited, but Chu Luyue didn't move. She sat cross-legged in her seat and didn't move at all. She calmly looked at the heavenly square cauldron in front of her. The Tianlei was still falling. It was faintly discernible, and the speed was even faster. Many people muttered in their hearts. However, with Rong Xiu's warning, they restrained themselves and didn't dare to say anything publicly. Thus, everyone could only continue to wait silently. Everyone was very curious. How long could Chu Luyue last? In the blink of an eye, another 3 days passed. In the middle, 2 people exploded and died because they couldn't control it well. Apart from that, more than 10 people chose to withdraw. One had to know that there were indeed many people who came for Tang Ke's tomb in the beginning. However, after a batch of people died in the stone forest, there weren't many people who came in. Now, a few more people died and more than 10 people withdrew. There were only a few dozen people left in the competition. However, Chu Luyue still didn't move. She sat there quietly, just like on the first day. The Tianlei continued to fall into the heavenly square cauldron. It seemed like she didn't have to worry about anything. If it weren't for the fact that everyone could sense that the origin power around her was indeed being consumed rapidly, they would have thought that she was using some sort of method to cheat. However, it was also because of this that people couldn't understand. Those who were in the competition didn't have time to pay attention to her, but those who were standing at the edge of the entrance were focused on Chu Luyue. A group of people was discussing something in low voices. I remember that rumor has it that Shengguanyu is extremely outstanding in cultivation as a martial artist. She can fight against her eminence in the ascended god realm. However, no one has ever mentioned that she has any achievements in the field of weapon refinement. Why does it seem like she's not bad? Humph, she's more than not bad. To be able to persist until now, her ability is better than those of us who withdrew from the competition. In my opinion, we've all underestimated her. I heard that she has always been on par with Rong Xiu on Lingxiao College's master roll. On the master roll, Rong Xiu is number 1, and she is number 2. Moreover, she is Shengguan Jing's junior. Perhaps, she can really amaze the world this time. Remember the mobile version of the website. Chapter 2063. Amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? I don't think that's necessary. Even if she has extremely high talent, how old is she now? At most, she's a high-level craftsman. When some people praised her, there were naturally people who criticized her. After all, there were many people who didn't like Chu Luyue. I also heard that Rong Xiu can already refine a king divine weapon. He has already broken through to become a king craftsman. However, even so, it was still far from enough to take the lead in this competition. After all, there are so many craftsmen venerables present. Shengguanyu wants to win. I think it's difficult. That's true. Perhaps she's just forcing herself to hold on now. If we wait any longer, she probably won't be able to take it and will choose to give up. This wait lasted for another 3 days. At this time, more than half of the people had been eliminated. Only a dozen people were still persisting. Among these people, 9 of them were craftsmen venerables, and 6 were craftsmen kings. Only Chu Luyue's level was unknown. Yes, even Chu Luyue didn't know her own strength. That was because she didn't put much effort into crafting. After all this time, she was either the one who was causing trouble for others or she was the one who was causing trouble for others. All her time and effort were used to deal with these things. Hence, she didn't have much experience in crafting. The last time she seriously crafted a divine weapon was when she helped Chang Wanzhou forge the Cloud Sky Copper Sword. After such a long time, she didn't know how strong she was in this aspect. According to her own speculation, she was probably at the level of a high-level craftsman. Of course, this level couldn't be compared to the craftsman kings and craftsman venerables present. However, the key was that the heavenly square cauldron was a divine weapon. Chu Luiyue indeed couldn't directly refine a king divine weapon or a venerable divine weapon like them. She could only try her best to use the heavenly square cauldron to activate the Tianlei. However, this wasn't a foolproof method. Chu Luiyue looked up slightly and glanced at the heavenly square cauldron in front of her. Streams of light flickered, clear and lustrous, sacred and powerful. Even the karmic fire inside was burning more vigorously than before. The heavenly square cauldron was about to reach its limit. Even if the origin power in her body was inexhaustible and her spirit could barely support it, the heavenly square cauldron couldn't hold any more. The heavenly lightning above seemed to have sensed something, and the speed at which it struck gradually slowed down. Some of the silver light that had gathered above Chu Luiyue's head began to disperse. The surrounding people quickly noticed this. A commotion broke out in the crowd. It seems like Shengwan, you won't be able to hold on for much longer. It's about time. How long has it been? However, to be able to stimulate all the potential of the heavenly square cauldron, he does have some ability. I wonder if she regrets her initial decision. Do you need my help? Dumpling flew to Chu Luiyue's side and asked crisply. Chu Luiyue gently shook his head. I can't, and I don't need to. But, Dumpling pouted angrily. However, those people said that you was going to lose. Chu Luiyue looked up and smiled at her. Don't worry, Dumpling. She suddenly stood up. This was the first time she stood up since the start of the competition. As soon as he moved, he attracted the attention of many people. Even Sheng Wanjing and the others who were focused on refining the divine artifact turned their heads to look at her. Tang Ke's voice rang out. Girl, are you going to admit defeat? Everyone held their breaths. Tang Ke didn't ask any questions when so many people had withdrawn from the competition. At this point, Chu Luiyue had just stood up when he spoke. However, everyone knew that Tang Ke had been paying attention to Chu Luiyue since the beginning, so they weren't surprised and waited patiently. Then, they saw the girl raise her eyebrows and smile. Why would I? She said slowly. I just wanted to get up and move my body after sitting for a long time. As she said that, she really did turn her waist and move her muscles and bones. Her posture was relaxed and her expression was relaxed. She didn't look like she was under any pressure from the competition. Humph. Pretentious. Wei Zhe sneered disdainfully. He didn't believe that she could do anything. Chu Luiyue tilted her head and glanced at Wei Zhe with a faint smile. It seems that the head of the family Wei is really concerned about me. Looking into those clear but dark and indifferent eyes, Wei Zhe's heart skipped a beat and he subconsciously looked away. Then he realized that he didn't look imposing at all. So he turned his head again and wanted to say something to get back at her. You, swoosh. Just as he started to speak, he was interrupted by a sharp and cold sound of something breaking through the air. Something had suddenly appeared in Chu Luiyue's hand and was rapidly unfurling. It was a red scroll that looked like a painting. However, it faintly emitted a suppressive aura that no one dared to underestimate. Wei Zhe was still in a daze when someone in the crowd cried out in surprise. Flowing clouds flying illustration. Wei Zhe widened his eyes and didn't pay attention for a moment before he started coughing violently. Cough, 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 Chu Luiyue asked with concern. What's wrong with the head of the family Wei? Did you choke on something? Wei Zai's face was red from coughing. When he finally stopped coughing, he was about to defend himself when he saw Chu Luyue smiling at him with the flowing clouds flying illustration in her hand. The words stuck in his throat couldn't come out. Flowing clouds flying illustration. It was also one of the 10 great divine artifacts. Why was this thing in Chu Luyue's hands? That's right. This thing was the Nan family's treasure. Previously, the Nan family had suffered a great loss at the hands of Chu Luyue. Even the head of the Nan family, Nan Yifan, had fallen at the Peach Blossom Cove. Therefore, it wasn't strange that the flowing clouds flying illustration had fallen into Chu Luyue's hands. During the battle at the Peach Blossom Cove, Chu Luyue had purposely released the news to intimidate everyone. However, the people outside weren't very clear about the specific situation. Chu Luyue had specially instructed them not to spread the news about the flowing clouds flying illustration. Therefore, not many people knew about it. Now that she had suddenly taken it out, it naturally caused everyone to be shocked. Countless gazes fell on Chu Luyue with different emotions. In the Divine Ruins world, even the first-rate families and clans might not have a divine artifact. However, Chu Luyue alone had 2 of them. How could this not cause people's emotions to surge? Chu Luyue turned a blind eye to those gazes. She unfolded the flowing clouds flying illustration, then closed her eyes and circulated the force in her body. Boom! 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 The numerous Tianlei above seemed to have been summoned as they descended one after another, heading straight for the flowing clouds flying illustration. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 2064. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Chu Luyue narrowed her eyes in satisfaction. The heavenly square cauldron was full, but she had more than one divine artifact. Seeing the smile on Chu Luyue's face, Wei Zai instantly understood something. You've already prepared all of this, haven't you? Chu Luyue nodded without hesitation and smiled. Family Wei leader is really amazing. You can even see through this? Wei Zai was so angry that his face turned pale and his body trembled. At this very moment, anyone with eyes would be able to see it. Who was she mocking? Just as he was about to say something, Chu Luyue spoke again. I know that my talent and strength can't be compared to yours. If I want to win this competition, it will be extremely difficult. Fortunately, I've always been lucky and have a few divine artifacts. Perhaps I can use them to fight? Wei Zai's anger was stuck in his chest and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Good luck? A few divine artifacts? Fight with them? What kind of language is this? The treasures that countless families and clans in the world of divine ruins coveted were like cabbages to her. Is there any justice in this world? How was he going to let others live? Ah, right, Family Wei leader also had a divine artifact before, right? As soon as Chu Luyue finished speaking, a low buzzing sound was heard. Buzz, Rong Xiao stood beside the Thousand Peaks halberd and retracted his hand. It's here. Chu Luyue shook her head regretfully. It's a pity that it has changed owners. Otherwise, wouldn't it be much easier for Family Wei leader to win this round? You're wrong. Rong Xiao raised his eyebrows and corrected a small mistake. This Thousand Peaks halberd didn't recognize Family Wei leader as its owner before, so it can't be considered a change of owners. Chu Luyue suddenly understood. Look at me, I actually forgot about this. Family Wei master, I didn't mean to offend you, please forgive me. Wei Zai had completely lost his temper. He finally understood that these two people were in cahoots with each other. Bickering with them won't give you any advantage at all. He waved his sleeves fiercely and snorted coldly. I hope you can laugh until the end. Controlling the heavenly square cauldron had already consumed a lot of energy. Now, Chu Luyue had summoned the flowing clouds diagram. She really wasn't afraid of death. He wanted to see how long she could hold on. Wei Zhe reluctantly retracted his thoughts and no longer paid any more attention to him. Chu Luyue was too lazy to continue talking to him. He spread out the flowing cloud flying diagram in front of him and sat cross-legged again. There seemed to be a layer of faint luster on top of the thick ink and heavy color pattern. Streaks of Tianlei, containing an astonishing aura and power, continuously fell into it and quickly disappeared. Chu Luyue held her breath and focused. For a moment, sparks flew in all directions in front of her. The brilliant and dazzling light reflected the calmness and indifference between her brows. This round, she must win. Chu Luyue's sudden move stunned everyone present. After a long time, everyone finally realized what had happened. After a difficult mental struggle, they finally accepted all of this. No wonder Chu Luyue was so confident. It turned out that she had already planned this from the beginning. If one divine artifact wasn't enough, there was another one. Who could withstand this? Even if it were the weapon refining venerables present, how many of them could go head-to-head with this? The key was that no one could say anything about her actions. After all, those two divine artifacts really did belong to her. Previously, they had tried their best to cancel Dumpling's qualification. They had thought that Chu Luyue would be helpless from then on. Who would have thought that, and from the beginning, she had already asked clearly that the Tianlei triggered by the divine artifact would be counted in her final result. Tang Ke had said it herself. Who had the guts to refute and question it? Chu Luyue was so young, but she was so scheming. Everyone had different thoughts, but Chu Luyue didn't take these to heart at all. She had already given them enough face. If it weren't for the trouble and wanting to teach these people a lesson, she wouldn't have spent so much effort to deal with this competition. Only by defeating them fair and square would she be able to obtain Tang Ke's inheritance without any worries. Another few days passed. One after another, people chose to give up. In the end, there were only 3 people left in the competition. Chu Luyue, Shengguan Jing, and Wei Zhe. Shengguan Jing was recognized as a powerhouse. Everyone expected him to stay until the end. As for the remaining 2 people, they were quite controversial. Chu Luyue had 2 holy artifacts on her side. Even though the crowd had different opinions about this, they had to admit that she did have some capabilities. In comparison, Wei Zhe was more surprising. Although he was the head of the family Wei, had a noble status, and was quite powerful, compared to the people present, he wasn't the best. After all, this time, there were refining big shots who hadn't come out of seclusion for many years. Normally, when he met these people, he would have to be courteous. But now, those people couldn't take it anymore and chose to withdraw, but Wei Zhe unexpectedly persisted until now. This was a little surprising. Rong Xiu glanced at Wei Zhe and smiled. The head of the family Wei is hiding his strength. Wei Zhe didn't seem to hear him. He was focused on devouring the power of Tianlei around him. There was a purple-black hammer in front of him. The hammer was engraved with ancient patterns, and its aura was restrained and heavy. The power of Tianlei fell on the hammer. He had taken it out at the beginning of the competition. Until now, it had devoured a lot of power of Tianlei, but it didn't change much. It didn't reach a state of saturation like the heavenly square cauldron either. This was interesting. Everyone could tell that the purple-black hammer was a venerable divine artifact. It was very powerful outside, but it wasn't enough here. But now, the amount of power of Tianlei it contained had surpassed the heavenly square cauldron, which was a divine artifact. At first, the people didn't feel that something was wrong, but as time passed, they finally realized that the hammer was indeed unusual. Rong Xiu glanced at it indifferently, and there seemed to be waves surging in his eyes. At this point, Tuanzi came to Rong Xiu's side, tilted its head, and sized up the purplish-black hammer as it muttered softly. She muttered, "Something is wrong with that thing." Rong Xiu looked down at her. "Oh? What's wrong?" Dumpling hesitated and said uncertainly, "I don't know. This. I can't say for sure, but it's just not right. It's like, Rong Xiu smiled. Dumpling couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, why are you smiling? Aren't you worried that you will lose?" Rong Xiu raised his eyebrows. He looked lazy, but he was extremely confident. She will never lose. Mobile users, please browse for a better reading experience from Love Network. Chapter 2065. Dumpling nodded seriously. "Yes. Since you and His Highness said that we won't lose, we definitely won't lose." As she spoke, she sighed regretfully. Sigh, it's a pity that Dumpling can't help much in this round. Rong Xiu smiled faintly. It's good if you can take this opportunity to improve your strength. After all, Dumpling was Chu Liuyue's magical beast. If Dumpling's strength improved, it would be a good thing for Chu Liuyue. Dumpling was greatly encouraged and clenched her small fists. "His Highness is right. Then I'll go now." Before her voice died away, the small reddish-gold figure disappeared into the vast Tianlai Sea again. Rong Xiu looked up slightly. More than 10 days had passed, but the number of Tianlai in this vast space didn't seem to decrease by much. Clearly, they had devoured a lot of Tianlai before, but compared to the vast Tianlai Sea, it was still not worth mentioning. Looking up, they could only see dazzling light and silver light flashing. After all, Tang Ku had accumulated Tianlai for 10,000 years. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of explosions came one after another. Rong Xiu looked away and saw countless Tianlai striking down at the same time. They went straight for Shengguan Jing. In front of him, the docking jade spirit embryo finally showed the shape of a sword after being polished by countless Tianlai for a long time. A layer of dazzling silver light covered it, making it almost impossible to look directly at it. The powerful pressure that was spreading out from above was still rising. More and more Tianlai landed on it and polished it bit by bit. Even Shengguan Jing's figure was shrouded by the brilliant light, making it difficult to distinguish him. Is Shengguan Jing's divine artifact finally going to be completed? Among the three of them, he is the only one who attracted the heavenly lightning purely by forging a divine weapon. If I remember correctly, the Dark Jade Spirit embryo should have already devoured thousands of heavenly lightning during this period of time. As expected, he's powerful. Such ability really makes people sigh in admiration. Of all of us here, how many can be mentioned in the same breath as him? In my opinion, Shengguan Jing is indeed the best among us when it comes to refining tools. However, he did not know who would have the last laugh in this competition. Shengguan Jing had already reached the final step of forging the divine weapon in his hand. Countless bolts of heavenly lightning came crashing down, completely annihilating the longsword forged from the Dark Jade Spirit embryo. At this moment, the energy in his body was almost completely exhausted. This was the largest amount of Tianlai he had ever triggered in his entire life when he was refining a divine artifact. Not bad. Without a doubt, this was a venerable artifact. Moreover, it was the most powerful existence he could refine in his entire life. The shocking commotion even attracted the attention of Chu Liuyue and Wei Zhe. The two of them also raised their heads and looked over. Chu Liuyue's eyes lit up. This was the first time she had seen Taizu refining a venerable artifact with her own eyes. It was even more shocking than she had imagined. Wei Zhe clenched his fists tightly, and deep jealousy surged from the bottom of his heart. He knew very well that with his talent, even if he cultivated for another 100 years, he would not be able to reach Shengguan Jing's level. Fortunately, he still had his own trump card. It did not matter if he could not compare to Shengguan Jing for the time being. Only the one who could last until the end would be able to obtain Tang Ke's inheritance. Thinking of this, he took a deep look at the purple-black hammer in front of him. Buzz! The sword hummed. Sheng Wanjing finally stretched out his hand and gripped the dark jade spirit sword in front of him tightly. In an instant, terrifying sword chi spread out in all directions. It was almost about to cut open space. A gentle yet vigorous energy slowly surged forth, completely surrounding the sword chi. Tang Ke's voice sounded with a smile. This is almost the top level among the venerable artifacts. It's just a little bit away from breaking through the shackles and becoming a divine artifact. Sheng Wanjing, you are indeed very outstanding. His words were filled with undisguised praise and admiration. In the current world, there were very few people who could refine a divine artifact of such a standard. Sheng Wanjing carefully sized up the long sword in his hand and was very excited. The timing, location, and people were right. To a large extent, he was able to succeed this time because of the power of Tianlei here. Although he did not break through the threshold and truly forge a divine artifact, in fact, Sheng Wanjing was already very satisfied. He knew that if he wanted to advance to the next level, it was far from as simple as everyone thought. Otherwise, after Tang Ke and Mr. Su, no one in the Divine Ruins world had successfully refined a divine artifact for 10,000 years. He vaguely sensed that if he wanted to do this, he would need some kind of help, but he was not sure what it was exactly. This dark jade spirit sword was the strongest divine artifact that he could refine with all his life's knowledge. He took a deep breath. Thank you, Senior Tang Ke. If it were not for this place, he did not know how much effort he would have to put in to forge this sword. Tang Ke laughed. There's no need to thank me. After all, you're outstanding enough. Do you still want to continue this competition? Sheng Wanjing paused for a moment, shook his head, and sighed with a smile. No. The crowd immediately quieted down. They were a little surprised by Sheng Wanjing's decision, but they felt that it was reasonable. This sword had already exhausted his strength. Even if he forced himself to continue, it might be meaningless. It was better to end it here. In the last period of time, the dark jade spirit sword had devoured a lot of Tianlei. Compared to the three of them, it was still unknown who would win. Even if Sheng Wanjing lost in the end, he had forged such a top venerable divine artifact. This time, he had made a huge profit. Okay. Tang Ke did not seem surprised by his choice. Here, you have devoured a total of 1,381 Tianlei, and you are currently ranked first. If the two of them can't surpass your number, the winner will be you. This number made many people secretly speechless. If you have the opportunity in the future, it might not be impossible for you to refine a divine artifact. Tang Ke's last sentence immediately made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Was this an admission that Sheng Wanjing had the potential to refine a divine artifact? Sheng Wanjing's heart skipped a beat, and then he lowered his head slightly. Thank you for your kind words. Everyone had different expressions, and the way they looked at Sheng Wanjing was very different from before. Since Tang Ke had said so, it was basically confirmed. Even if Sheng Wanjing did not win this time, the news of what he saw today was enough to shock the world and make them admire him. Sheng Wanjing cupped his fists and bowed politely. Then, he turned around and walked towards the entrance. Seeing his arrival, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. Shengguan, congratulations. The few old men who came with Sheng Wanjing were the first to react and went forward to congratulate him. The rest of the people hurriedly echoed. Congratulations, Senior Shengguan. Senior has been silent for many years. Now that you're making a move again, it's indeed amazing. Mobile users, please browse and read. A better reading experience comes from the Love Network. Chapter 2066. Everyone's attitude had an obvious change. After Tang Ku and Mr. Su, no one else in the Divine Ruins world had successfully refined a divine weapon in the past 10,000 years. Now Tang Ku had personally said that Shengguan Jing had a chance. This was the first one in 10,000 years. Naturally, it was different. In the past, although Shengguan Jing was also famous, there were many weapon-refining venerables in the world, and each of them was very arrogant. No one was willing to lower their heads and admit defeat. Even if they met, they couldn't stand each other. This was also why some people secretly mocked Shengguan Jing, Chu Luyue, and the rest at the start. But it was different now. Tang Ku's words were like gold. From now on, who could be compared with Shengguan Jing? The future weapon-refining saint, these few words, just thinking about it, made people feel the pressure increase by several times. If Shengguan Jing really succeeded in breaking through in the future, he would be worthy of being the top weapon-refining master. At that time, it wouldn't be so easy to make friends with him. If they didn't seize the opportunity now, how could they have a chance in the future? Everyone was much more polite and respectful to Shengguan Jing. They were afraid that he would remember their previous offense. Shengguan Jing smiled and cupped his hands. Thank you for your compliments. I'm just lucky. I don't dare to expect anything else. Now, I only hope that you, can successfully end this competition. Although he was smiling, he was very polite. His eyes were clear and calm. Obviously, he didn't take the crowd's eagerness and flattery seriously. After that, he raised his eyes and looked at Chu Luyue, who was still in the field. It was obvious that he was stubborn. Seeing this, everyone could only temporarily dispel the many thoughts in their hearts. Shengguan Jing had lived for so many years. He had once been all-powerful and had experienced life and death. What kind of scene had he not seen? Such an old fox was very slippery. At this time, it was useless to say anything. The crowd gradually quieted down. No matter what, they could only wait until the competition was over. Now, only Chu Luyue and Wei Zhe were left in the field, and they were still in the final competition. Above the two of them, Tianlei was continuously gathering and then falling continuously. In the entire space, everyone was silent. Time seemed to pass extremely slowly. At this point, everyone was certain that there was something wrong with the purplish-black hammer in front of Wei Zhe. What was it that could contain more Tianlei than the sacred tool? However, the competition was still ongoing. Since that item was indeed Wei Zhe's, it wasn't considered a violation of the rules. Naturally, everyone could only watch. In the silence, Tang Ku's voice rang out once more. Wei Zhe, 1382. A commotion broke out in the crowd. The amount of Tianlei that Wei Zhe had devoured had already surpassed that of Shengguan Jing. This also meant that Shengguan Jing was not fated to be first. Some people peeked at Shengguan Jing, only to find that he was calm and did not seem to be disappointed. Shengguan Jing had a bright future after being praised by Tang Ku. Even if he didn't win this round, it wouldn't affect him much. In fact, Shengguan Jing cared more about Chu Luyue than whether he won or lost. Now, he only hoped that she could defeat Wei Zhe. There was something wrong with Wei Zhe's hammer. He didn't know how long it could last. After such a long time, the flowing cloud flying diagram seemed to be almost full. Looking at that calm face, Shengguan Jing clenched his fists. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The past few days felt like a year to them. However, the winner of the competition hadn't been decided yet. Chu Luyue had consumed a lot of force and spirit. At this moment, her face was a little pale, and her lips were pale. There was a faint bruise under her eyes, and she looked really haggard. Wei Zhe's situation seemed to be much better than Chu Luyue's. After all, he was older, and in all aspects of cultivation, he was stronger than Chu Luyue. If this continued, the one who would win in the end would probably be Wei Zhe, at this moment, the speed of Tianlei above the flowing cloud flying diagram had greatly decreased. Obviously, the number of Tianlei that the flowing cloud flying diagram could accommodate had reached its limit. Chu Luiyue stood up again. Wei Zhe turned his head, glanced at her, and snorted. "What's wrong? Is Master Yu going to stretch your muscles again?" The two saint artifacts were already saturated and she herself was obviously exhausted. He didn't believe that she could still come up with any tricks. This sentence was nothing more than sarcasm. However, Chu Luiyue acted as if she didn't understand him and smiled. She smiled and said, "Master Family Wei is really prophetic. Nothing can be hidden from your eyes." Wei Zhe choked. Then, he saw Chu Luiyue raise her head slightly and ask, "May I ask Senior Tang Ku, how much is the difference between me and Master Family Wei?" Tang Ku said, "Now, you are at 1562, and Wei Zhe is at 1895. The difference between the two of them was more than 300. This was definitely not a small number. Especially under the premise that the two of them had such a terrifying number, even if there was only one extra Dao, it was not to be underestimated. How could Chu Luiyue catch up with such a huge difference? She looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. Chu Luiyue thanked him and then lowered her head slightly, as if thinking about something. Wei Zhe laughed and pretended to comfort her. "Master Yu, actually, it's already extraordinary that you can persevere until now. Now you are still young. In the future, you may be able to defeat me. What's the point of winning then?" Chu Luiyue raised her eyebrows slightly and interrupted Wei Zhe. Who didn't know that today's victory would determine whether they could obtain Tang Ku's inheritance? If they lost today, it would be useless no matter how many times they won in the future. Wei Zhe stroked his beard and laughed. "You're right. But who doesn't want to win? But sometimes, if you don't have the strength, you shouldn't ask for something that doesn't belong to you." Clang! Before he finished speaking, Chu Luiyue suddenly attacked. A green shadow quickly streaked across the sky and then fiercely struck the ground. Crack! A few cracks spread out in an instant. Wei Zhe looked at it and suddenly opened his eyes in shock. It was a huge green axe. It was heavy, simple, and powerful. Most importantly, it was actually a sacred artifact. Let me introduce, this is one of the 10 great sacred artifacts, the Great Green Sun Axe. It used to belong to Family Yi, but now, it belongs to me. Chu Luiyue said casually. Everyone's hearts were instantly set off by stormy waves. Yi Wentao's Great Green Sun Axe. It actually became Chu Luiyue's. It recognized him as its master. Chu Luiyue crossed her arms with one hand and held her chin with the other, muttering softly. "This still seems a little slow." Digression, 12:30 p.m., 7th update. Remember the mobile version of the website. Chapter 2067. She looked up and glanced at Wei Zhe. "Patriarch Wei, is it convenient for me to ask you something? How much of this hammer of yours have you unleashed?" The corner of Wei Zhe's eyes twitched. How could she ask so directly? She's too rude. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Master Yu, I advise you to stop struggling. Even if you have a third divine artifact, how much strength do you have left? It won't do you any good to hold on and exhaust your body." Chu Luiyue smiled. "I know my own body well, so you don't have to worry about it. You just have to answer my question." Wei Zhe frowned. Chu Luiyue blinked. "It seems that you don't want to talk about it. But it doesn't matter. After all, we're competitors now. It's normal for you to react this way." Wei Zhe felt suffocated. He shouldn't have asked this question. Why did it sound like he was being stingy when she said it? If that's the case, I can only do my best. Chu Luiyue sighed. Wei Zhe was amused and angry at the same time. Why? Did Master Yu hold back before? Chu Luyue curled her lips and didn't say anything. Instead, she suddenly took 3 steps back. Then, with a thought, a stream of light flew out from the interspatial ring on her hand. A venerable artifact. Someone said in a low voice. The sword Qi was piercingly cold. What Chu Luyue summoned was her own red Shao sword. Wei Zhe was stunned at first, but then he couldn't help but laugh. Why? Master, you can't summon more divine artifacts now, so you've replaced them with a venerable artifact? However, even if your cultivation as a craftsman isn't high, you should know that there's a huge gap between a venerable artifact and a divine artifact, right? So what if you summon another venerable one artifact? The Scarlet Heaven sword floated in the air. Chu Luyue flicked his finger, emitting a clear and melodious sword cry. She narrowed her eyes and her red lips curled into a small, playful smile. A venerable one's divine weapon is naturally insignificant in this battle. But who said I would only summon one? Just as she finished speaking, several streams of light gushed out from her palms. Qi! Qi! Dazzling rays of light appeared one after another and arranged themselves neatly in front of Chu Luyue in the blink of an eye. Wisps of aura spread out from it. 1, 2, 3, 8. Wei Zhe subconsciously counted again. Every time he called out a number, his eyes widened. As he counted to the end, his voice began to tremble, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. 8 pieces, 8 venerable artifacts. She must be crazy. She had summoned so many at once. Was she planning to use them to trigger Tianlei? She must have a death wish. Not only Wei Zhe, but the others who were watching were also in a state of confusion. Some suspected that they had seen wrongly and even counted back and forth a few times. However, there were indeed 8 pieces. The crowd was in an uproar. I remember now. Rumor has it that when they got married, Shengguan Jing gave her 6 venerable artifacts on the spot. I guess the ones in front of us are those, right? But aren't there 6 of them? Even with her Scarlet Heaven sword, there are only 7. Why is there an extra one? Hearing this, Chu Luyue turned her head and explained with a smile, there's another one. It's a gift from my father. However, it was originally made by Taizu. The extra one was naturally the Tianling scepter. As soon as she finished speaking, the Tianling scepter flew over and circled Chu Luyue proudly, swaying back and forth happily. Chu Luyue tapped it lightly. Don't be so smug. If you don't do a good job later, I won't forgive you. On the Tianling scepter, the dragon's eyes shone brightly. After swaying a few times, it finally obediently returned to line up with the rest. Everyone was speechless. She had already taken the initiative to explain. What else was there to ask? One had to know that apart from the family Yi and the Nan family, the remaining first-rate families and clans would probably have to empty their pockets even if they could take out 8 venerable artifacts. But now, Chu Luyue had taken out so many on her own. In fact, Chu Luyue had even more in her hands. After all, she had previously exploited quite a lot from the family Yi. However, if she summoned too many at once, she was worried that she might not be able to handle it. Moreover, it would be too ostentatious. Therefore, she planned to try these first. Of course, at this moment, Chu Luyue had completely forgotten that she had summoned 3 venerable artifacts. What else could be more ostentatious than this? This should be enough, she let out a long breath. If it wasn't enough, she could just add more later. Wei Zhe was already in a daze. He was speechless. Ever since Chu Luyue appeared, her every move had far exceeded Wei Zhe's expectations. He really didn't know what was in Chu Luyue's head. Most importantly, where were her limits and limits? Wei Zhe closed his eyes and finally managed to regain his rationality. Master Yu is really rich and imposing. However, it seems like Master Yu doesn't understand the principle of biting off more than you can chew. In order to win, she was willing to do anything. Wasn't she afraid that she would choke to death? Chu Luiyue stretched her neck and wrists. After sitting for so long without rest or sleep, it would be strange if she wasn't tired. Master Family Wei will soon find out whether I can chew it to death or not. As she spoke, she closed her eyes and waited with bated breath. In the next moment, a turbulent force gushed out of her dantian. Above her, countless Tianlei seemed to have sensed something. They began to feel uneasy and gradually increased their swimming speed. Chu Luiyue shouted. Fall! As soon as she spoke, streaks of silver light struck down one after another. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2068. This time, the number of Tianlei that came crashing down was several times more than before. Sparks flew everywhere, and the light was blinding. Even Chu Luiyue's figure was almost shrouded by the white light, and it was difficult to see clearly. The rumbling sounds came one after another, almost causing one's ears to buzz. Wei Zhe looked at the scene in front of him in a daze, and for a moment, he actually forgot to move. Chu Luiyue actually summoned so many Tianlei at once. How did she do it? Her force and spirit had already been exhausted to a terrifying extent, and logically speaking, she should be at her limit now. But how did she become even stronger? This time, not only did she use the Great Green Sun Axe, but she also used 8 venerable artifact. There was indeed a huge gap between a venerable artifact and a holy artifact that was difficult to cross. However, when there were many of them, the accumulated power was also very shocking. At the very least, the number of Tianlei summoned by Chu Luiyue combined was not inferior to the Great Green Sun Axe. If she continued to progress at this speed, it wouldn't be long before the gap between the two of them would be closed. At that time, Wei Zhe might even be overtaken. What the hell? After a while, Wei Zhe came back to his senses and could not help but curse. Originally, he was sure to win. Now that he had been tossing around like this, he had consumed a lot of energy. However, no matter what, Chu Luiyue had already continued, and it was useless for him to say anything. Helpless, Wei Zhe could only try his best to calm the anger in his heart and refocus his attention on the purple-black hammer in front of him. However, listening to the continuous movements from Chu Luiyue's side, he could not completely calm down. Every once in a while, he could not help but turn his head to look. He had always thought that Chu Luiyue was only using this radical method to win, and that she would not be able to last long. However, a quarter of an hour passed. 2 hours passed. The situation on Chu Luiyue's side was still the same. The gap between the two sides was constantly shrinking. Wei Zhe gradually became impatient. He wanted to control the dark purple hammer in front of him to speed up the devouring of Tianlei, but he knew it was impossible. After all, this thing was not under his control. Thinking of this, Wei Zhe took a deep breath. In any case, there was no time limit for this match. He did not believe that Chu Luiyue could keep doing this. Shui flew back from Tianlei Sea and arrived at Rongxiu's feet. It stretched and licked its claws before lying down in satisfaction. One could vaguely see a few silver snake-like streams of light flashing across its snow-white fur. The aura around its body was also much stronger than before. It could be seen that after this trip, it had devoured a lot of energy, and its strength had greatly increased. Whoa, I haven't been this happy in a long time. Shui squinted her eyes and started to feel sleepy. Rongxiu glanced at it. After devouring so much energy in one go, it would take some time for Shui to completely digest it and convert it into its own energy. Rongxiu raised his wrist slightly, and his slender fingers moved gently in the air. A golden stream of light flew out and quickly formed a small barrier around Shui's body. With the protection of this barrier, Shui could completely block out external disturbances and focus on cultivating. Shui made another sound in its throat, and its icy blue eyes shone. Woo woo woo, I'm so touched. I can finally feel Master's warmth. However, Rong Xiu's next sentence mercilessly dealt it a heavy blow. Your bloodline is not as good as dumplings. This is already the limit. Just rest well for the time being. Shui was confused. Master, are you hinting that I'm not as good as dumpling? Rong Xiu's voice was cold. No, it's clear. Shui was speechless. It knew that it was harder than ascending to the heavens to hear a compliment from Master. Shui looked at Dumpling with resentment. At this moment, she was still running happily in the sea of lightning, as if she would never be tired. Actually, even among ancient divine beasts, there were very few who could be like Dumpling. The Tianlei here contained extremely strong energy. Those who were not strong enough would probably not be able to withstand the raging energy. However, Dumpling did not. She had a pure bloodline and had already opened her fifth meridian. This energy basically could not cause her any harm. She had an extremely strong physical body and great potential. That was why she could move freely in this sea of lightning. Shui hesitated for a long time. Although it did not want to admit it, Dumpling was indeed much stronger than it in this aspect. If you want to win, it's not impossible. Rong Xiu's lips moved slightly. Shui immediately looked up excitedly and met its master's deep eyes. A sense of uneasiness welled up in its heart. The next moment, it heard Rong Xiu say casually. Just go to the Red Moon Desert a few more times. Ow! I knew it. Shui closed its eyes and decided to play dead. Time passed slowly. The competition between the two had finally reached its climax. Seeing that Wei Zhe and Chu Luyue were still running, the crowd had complicated expressions. There was really something wrong with these two. Otherwise, they would not have been able to fight until now. Shangguanyu is catching up, right? I think it won't be long before she overtakes him. She is indeed very fast now, but Wei Zhe is not to be trifled with. Didn't you notice that from the beginning until now, the speed at which he devoured Tianlei was the same? There was no fluctuation at all? Now that you mention it, it does seem like. TSK, this is not right, right? No matter what, it can't be so stable. If there was no problem, he would have been defeated long ago. How could he have lasted until now? I think it's not that he's powerful, but that his hammer is extraordinary. But that's just a venerable artifact. I wonder how he did it. All kinds of discussions could be heard one after another. Shangguan Jing's gaze kept wandering between the two of them. Every time he looked at Wei Zhe, he would frown. The current situation was that everyone knew that there was something wrong with Wei Zhe's hammer, but they did not know what the problem was. He had been observing for a long time, but he still did not find anything unusual. It was as if his hammer was a bottomless pit. Thinking of this, Shangguan Jing became even more worried. Although Chu Luyue had been chasing after him quickly, it had consumed a lot of her energy. What if the competition was still not over after the Great Green Sun axe and the venerable artifact were full? He could tell that she really wanted to win. At this moment, Wei Zhe suddenly moved. He cut his palm, and a stream of red blood flew out and landed on the purplish-black hammer. For a moment, the wind whistled. Remember the mobile version of the website. Chapter 2069. His sudden action shocked everyone. Because it was too sudden. For such a long time, no matter what happened, Wei Zhe had always been very calm. No one expected him to suddenly attack at this time. Could it be that he's anxious because he's about to be caught? Many people guessed. This was also the most reasonable explanation. The warm blood landed on the hammer and was absorbed in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. Then, the patterns on it seemed to light up a little. An astonishing aura spread out from it. The Tianlei above seemed to be summoned by some kind of power and began to surge over quickly, gradually forming a silver vortex. And Wei Zhe was at the center. No, to be precise, it was the hammer in front of him. Chu Luyue also placed a holy artifact in front of her, but the feeling they gave off was very different. On Chu Luyue's side, everyone could clearly feel that she was the one who activated these holy artifacts and venerable artifacts, attracting the Tianlei. On the other hand, Wei Zhe's side, it was more like the hammer itself was attracting the Tianlei to fall one after another. Wei Zhe's presence seemed to be somewhat dispensable. Wind and thunder rolled. This commotion also alarmed Chu Luyue. She turned her head and narrowed her eyes dangerously. At this moment, Wei Zhe's condition was very strange. His face was very pale, and large beads of sweat fell from his forehead. There was also a trace of blood slowly seeping out from the corner of his mouth, which he quickly wiped away. The aura on his body was also much weaker than before. In the eyes of others, perhaps it was because he had suddenly erupted and used all the power in his body to trigger the Tianlei. However, Chu Luyue did not think so. Because Wei Zhe's appearance was not purely due to the exhaustion of origin power and spirit. Chu Luyue's gaze turned slightly and looked at the hammer in front of him thoughtfully. For some reason, she felt that Wei Zhe was the one being controlled, family Wei master. Chu Luyue suddenly opened her mouth and called out to him. Wei Zhe did not seem to hear her and did not react. His eyes were still fixed on the hammer in front of him. Family Wei master? Chu Luyue's voice rose a little. This time, Wei Zhe finally turned his head. Chu Luyue's heart sank. Wei Zhe's face was as pale as a ghost, and his aura and spirit were very dispirited. Compared to before, he was like a completely different person. Furthermore, all of this was because he had cut open his palm and left a trace of blood on the hammer. What shocked and worried her the most was Wei's eyes. When he first turned his head and looked at her, his eyes were lifeless, as if they were shrouded in a thick layer of fog. Although his expression quickly returned to normal and only a deep fatigue was left in his eyes, Chu Luyue still felt that something was wrong. Family Wei master, I return all the words you said to me just now. Although the competition is important, your health is the most important thing. Chu Luyue said word by word. A trace of anger and resentment appeared in Wei Zhe's eyes, but he did not say anything. He only turned his head and ignored her. This time, Chu Luyue was even more certain of her guess. However, what she did not understand was that if she could sense that something was wrong, then Tang Ke could as well. But why didn't he say anything until now? More and more people from Tianlei flocked to Wei Zhe. Chu Luyue had finally evened the score with great difficulty. Now that Wei Zhe suddenly made such a move, the gap between them widened again. Seeing the situation change again, the onlookers unconsciously quieted down and waited with bated breath. They could all see that both of them had used their last trump cards. The winner or loser would be revealed soon. Shengguan Jing slowly clenched his fists. The key to the problem now was not only that Wei Zhe was faster than Chu Luyue in devouring Tianlei, but more importantly, Wei Zhe had already started to snatch Tianlei. The people from Tianlei, who were originally flocking to Chu Luyue, seemed to be attracted by some kind of power on Wei Zhe's side. They all changed their direction and went straight there. On Chu Luyue's side, the number of people from Tianlei was getting smaller and smaller. Even if she could still hold on, if she couldn't compete with Wei Zhe, the result would be the same. Shengguan Jing wasn't the only one who noticed this. Many of the blacksmiths who were watching the battle also noticed this. I didn't expect Wei Zhe to be so powerful. He actually managed to snatch Tianlei from Shengguan Yu. If this goes on, he will monopolize the market. When that happens, Shengguan Yu will definitely lose. Usually, when two people fight for Tianlei, one of them has to be much stronger than the other to be able to do so. However, Wei Zai's strength isn't the best in this aspect. Moreover, Sheng Guanyu has several divine artifacts. How can this be? No wonder Wei Zai was so arrogant just now. It turns out that he has such a powerful trump card. This time, he is going to win. Even if Sheng Guanyu has a divine artifact, it will be difficult for them to compete with him. All kinds of noises entered her ears. Chu Luyue retracted her gaze and gently closed her eyes. Of course, she understood what they were talking about. At this moment, the Tianlei was no longer surging toward her. Even the Sun Great Axe and the other weapons were still holding back. If this went on, she naturally couldn't. After pondering for a moment, she raised her hand, and with a thought, she recalled all the items in front of her. Soon, there was only emptiness left around her. When the crowd saw this, they subconsciously fell silent. Is she going to admit defeat? Taking drastic measures to deal with the situation. Family Wei is really powerful. Chu Luyue said. Wei Zai looked over again with a strange smile on his face. It's not too late to admit defeat. Chu Luyue smiled and ignored his words. She only clapped her hands, dusted off the dust on her body, and looked up. What I hate the most in my life is when people rob me of my things. Her voice was very soft, as if it would be blown away by the wind at any moment. Family Wei, since that's the case, why don't we have a bet and see who will be the winner? Wei Zai was stunned and immediately frowned. You're not mine, right? In the next moment, the woman suddenly tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and flew out like an arrow leaving the bow. She headed straight for the endless sea of lightning. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2070. This action immediately caused everyone to be greatly shocked. Is she crazy? She actually wants to barge into the Thunder Sea. Those Tianlei contain extremely shocking power. She's really not afraid of death by doing this. Wei Zai just used his hand to grab it before and was directly burned. She's really bold to rush in rashly. I guess she's unhappy that those Tianlei were forcefully taken away by Wei Zai. She's indeed quite capable, but she's still young and frivolous. That Thunder Sea is no different from a place of life and death for human cultivators. Does she think that she can freely travel through it like a crimson gold sky phoenix? Obviously, everyone was very pessimistic about Chu Liyue's actions. Some people secretly shook their heads as if they had already seen the result. The few people standing beside Sheng Guanjing couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Sheng Guanjing, are you really not worried at all? Sheng Guanjing's face was expressionless, and no one could tell what he was thinking at this time. Hearing this, he paused and said, You never does anything that she's not confident in. Courting death? He didn't think so. She must have her own reasons for daring to do this. I believe in her. In the eyes of the surrounding people, Sheng Guanjing's words were just stubborn. After all, she was his most beloved junior. How could he really not be worried? This was not Peach Blossom Dock, where she could do whatever she wanted. They couldn't see anything from Sheng Guanjing's expression. Some people turned their eyes slightly and looked at Rongxiu. At this moment, he was looking up, and his thin scarlet lips were slightly raised. His smooth jawline was raised like a jade carving. There seemed to be waves surging in his phoenix-like eyes that were as deep as the sea. From afar, not only was he not worried at all, he seemed to be quite interested. Needless to say, this person seemed to be more ambitious than Sheng Guanjing. Many people looked at each other. It was probably because Chu Luyue defeated Yi Wentao previously, which made them extremely confident in Chu Luyue. So much so that they even felt that Chu Luyue could easily deal with such a situation. After the initial shock, Wei Zai quickly regained his senses. His pale and colorless lips were tightly pursed. His eyes were cold, and there was a hint of cold ridicule at the corners of his eyes. Insolence. It was true that she had contracted the crimson gold heavenly phoenix, but that didn't mean that she had the same amazing physical strength as the crimson gold heavenly phoenix. In the previous battle with Yi Wentao, it was said that to a large extent, he had relied on the two contracted mythical beasts to achieve victory. As for herself, in the end, he was only a high deity. How could a mortal body resist this endless Tianlei? Wei Zhe looked up and sneered, waiting for Chu Luiyue to return in defeat. Countless pairs of eyes were also focused on that figure at this moment. Chu Luiyue flew into the air and stood in the middle. Countless heavenly lightning bolts slowly drifted across the surroundings. Layers of oppressive might spread out from it, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Chu Luiyue's figure was inconspicuous and extremely small here. Her figure was slender and slightly frail. It was as if any bolt of heavenly lightning could easily pierce through her. Chu Luiyue took a deep breath and looked at the Tianlei flowing around her. These heavenly thunders would dodge on their own. As long as one didn't take the initiative, one wouldn't be injured. Previously, Wei Zhe's palm was burned when he reached out to touch the Tianlei out of curiosity. After the others present saw that he had learned his lesson, they all acted carefully and the same thing didn't happen again. However, if this continued, these Tianlei would all be snatched away by Wei Zhe. So, she had to come. Chu Luiyue made up her mind and reached out. Countless people held their breaths and didn't blink, afraid that they would miss something. Chi! Chu Luiyue grabbed a Tianlei in her hand. For a moment, sparks flew everywhere. However, just when everyone thought that Chu Luiyue was going to be injured, they saw that her expression didn't change and her heart didn't beat faster. It was as if she wasn't affected at all. Then, she exerted force in her hand, and the Tianlei shattered into countless fine streams of light that surged into her body one after another. A Tianlei was crushed and devoured by her bare hands just like that. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Not only did the Tianlei not cause her any harm, but it also turned into her own power. No! What's that in her hand? Someone in the crowd suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over instinctively and saw that there seemed to be a dazzling light flickering in Chu Luiyue's hand. That's a divine body. Wei Zhe suddenly realized something. His eyes widened in shock, and his face was full of disbelief. Many people reacted when they heard him say that. That's right. Other than a divine body, what else could help her block that terrifying Tianlei? Upon closer inspection, Chu Luiyue's body was indeed covered by a layer of dazzling soft armor. She floated in mid-air, and her body was glowing faintly. She was so small in the sea of lightning, yet so dazzling. She was like a twinkling star that couldn't be ignored. A divine body. There are so many divine bodies in the world. Why don't I have any impression of her? Yeah. I've been looking at her for a while, but I can't remember what kind of divine body she cultivated. Dazzling light, soft armor, this. Wait. Could it be? Someone seemed to have guessed something, but felt that it was too ridiculous. He hesitated and didn't dare to say anything. At that moment, Chu Luiyue raised her hand again and grabbed at the second Tianlei. Although they had used up a lot of their energy earlier, there were too many Tianlei here. Especially since Chu Luiyue was at the center, the density was extremely high. All she needed to do was to reach out her hand, and all the Tianlei would be within her reach. This saved her a lot of trouble. Bang! The second bolt of heavenly lightning shattered in her hand. She was very fast. In a short while, she had dealt with 7 or 8 Tianlei around her. The energy around her had also increased by a lot. Sensing that the force in her body was quickly recovering, Chu Luiyue curled her lips slightly. If I knew it would be so convenient, I wouldn't have wasted so much energy before. Using the sacred artifact to activate the Tianlei had consumed a lot of her energy and spirit. Doing it directly could instead replenish her energy. What a loss, what a loss. Fortunately, she had realized it in time. Otherwise, it would have been a huge loss. As she thought of this, she lowered her head and waved at Wei Zhe. Family Wei, thank you. If he had not forced her to this extent, she would not have realized this. As she spoke, she was still holding onto a Tianlei, which was shining brightly. Wei Zhe felt a stinging pain in his eyes, his heart, and his entire body. You. Shengguan you. Don't go overboard. Crack. Chu Luyue crushed the Tianlei in her hand and smiled casually. Family Wei, how am I going overboard? Weren't you the one who snatched it from me first? If I had any other choice, I wouldn't have done this, right? Wei Zhe almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So it was all his fault? But no matter what, he was not going overboard, right? This was equivalent to directly plundering the heavenly lightning from the source. Chu Luyue quickly swept through the area. How was this enough? Chu Luyue took a step forward. Almost at the same time, the Tianlei in front of her took a step back. Chu Luyue paused. She raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Hey, why are you hiding? Wonderful book room. Chapter 2071. She waved her hand. Come here. The Tianlei in front of her didn't move. There was a hint of coldness in her eyes. I said, come here. When the crowd below saw this scene, they were all at a loss. What's Shengguan you doing? I think, she's greeting the Tianlei. Are you kidding me? It's true. Didn't you see that the Tianlei retreated a little when she went forward? I don't know why, but I feel that the Tianlei are a little afraid of her. Hearing this, everyone's first reaction was that it was ridiculous and unbelievable. They had only heard that people were in awe of the Tianlei. When had they ever heard that the Tianlei were afraid of people? Wasn't this too ridiculous? However, the situation above seemed to be a little strange. Just as everyone was doubting it, they saw a silver snake-like Tianlei move forward hesitantly. Chu Luyue raised her hand and easily grabbed the Tianlei in her hand. Her red lips curled up, revealing a satisfied smile. Be obedient. After she finished speaking, she moved her finger, and the heavenly thunder instantly exploded. It turned into countless tiny streams of light that surged into her body. Continue. She raised her eyebrows slightly and moved her finger. Then, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. In the Tianlei Sea, the slender and exquisite woman floated in the air. The Tianlei seemed to be lining up, moving forward one after another and landing in her hand. Then, they exploded one after another, and the astonishing power contained in them all surged into her body. In a short period of time, the aura around her had risen rapidly, and it showed no signs of stopping. This scene that was beyond their understanding shocked everyone present. They couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. They couldn't be blamed for making a fuss. This kind of scene was too rare. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't imagine that when Chu Luyue said, snatch, she was really snatching it with her bare hands. Shengguan Jing's tightly clenched hands slowly relaxed, and he secretly let out a long sigh of relief. This girl's trump card was really strong. The corners of Rong Xiu's lips curled up slightly as he shook his head helplessly. Even the corners of his eyes carried a doting smile. She was even more playful than Dumpling. In fact, with her strength, she could have directly devoured all of these Tianlei. However, she wanted them to line up and step forward one by one. This was obviously done on purpose for the people below to see. Rong Xiu turned to look at Wei Zhe. At this moment, he was looking up with a dazed expression. Head of family Wei. Rong Xiu suddenly spoke. Wei Zhe was startled. He turned around to look, the shock in his eyes had yet to fade. Clearly, Chu Liuyue's move had far exceeded his expectations. Rong Xiu raised his chin and said in a low and pleasant voice. You is about to catch up. Why aren't you moving faster? Wei Zhe's face instantly turned green and white. It was very interesting. Of course, he knew this. Did he need others to remind him? Now that Rong Xiu said all this, it was obvious that he was purposely taunting her. Wei Zhe took a deep breath and suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. He said coldly, Head Yu's strength is indeed outstanding. However, I'm a little worried. With Head Yu's current level, if you forcefully devour too many Tianlei, I'm afraid your body won't be able to. Looks like head of family Wei doesn't know. Rong Xiu interrupted him with a smile. Yu's divine body was formed by devouring the god-destroying tribulation. Although these Tianlei are fierce, they should be slightly inferior to the god-destroying tribulation, right? If you have the time to worry about why don't you think about what you're going to do if you lose this round? Wei Zhe's pupils shrank. A trace of deep shock flashed across his eyes. After a short moment of dead silence, gasps of cold air sounded one after another. God-destroying tribulation? Wasn't that something that could only be summoned by a venerable god expert? Furthermore, only those at the very top would be able to achieve this. Those who could successfully pass the god-destroying tribulation were even rarer. In the Divine Ruins world, it had been too long since anyone had summoned the god-destroying tribulation. However, Rong Xiu actually said that not only did Chu Liyue summon it, he even used it as an opportunity to refine his divine body. Many people's first reaction was disbelief. However, Rong Xiu's expression was calm and there was even a smile at the corner of his lips. How did he look like he was lying? Moreover, whether this was true or not, they would know after trying it out. Now that Chu Liyue was in the Sea of Lightning and could easily devour the Tianlei, wasn't it enough to explain everything? Gorgeous soft armor, it's really the god-destroying tribulation. Someone couldn't help but murmur in shock. Most of the people present were the top blacksmiths, so they more or less had some understanding of the god-destroying tribulation. At this moment, looking at Chu Liyue and her performance before and after, what was there to doubt? How powerful was the god-destroying tribulation? Compared to these Tianlei, it was more than just a little bit better. Chu Liyue could even deal with it, let alone these. No wonder. No wonder she was able to defeat Yi Wentao. With such a divine body, his combat strength is indeed comparable to a venerable god. Naturally, she could easily snatch all of these Tianlei. At this moment, the one who felt the most uncomfortable was Wei Zhe. Chu Liyue's actions were equivalent to directly cutting off his path to Tianlei. As long as a Tianlei wanted to come towards him, Chu Liyue would quickly move and devour it before he could. The key was that she did it directly, simple and fast. Straightforward and efficient. She didn't even give him time to react. In a short while, all of the Tianlei were intercepted, and the sky above Wei Zhe was empty. At this moment, Chu Liyue didn't seem unable to withstand the power of the Tianlei. In fact, she seemed to be in better spirits. She only needed to focus on that battle, and the surrounding Tianlei would continuously fall into her hands and become her power. Wei Zhe's body trembled, and something seemed to be surging wildly in his chest. Finally, he couldn't help but stand up. At this moment, the number of Tianlei that Chu Liyue had devoured had already surpassed his. More importantly, as long as she continued to snatch Tianlei, he wouldn't be able to get a single Tianlei. What was the point of continuing this competition? Seeing his actions, Chu Liyue stopped as well. What, is the head of the family Wei admitting defeat? She asked with a smile. Wei Zhe's throat was filled with a thick stench of blood, but he forced it back down. He spoke with difficulty. You are ruthless. This time, you win. He had exhausted all the energy in his body, and he couldn't continue. If he forced it, he would probably die here today. He wanted to obtain Tang Ke's inheritance, but he wanted to live even more. Chu Liuyue's smile deepened. Head of the family Wei, thank you for letting me win. Wei Zhe didn't want to say another word to Chu Liuyue. He reached out his hand, intending to put away the purple-black hammer. However, at this moment, a reddish-gold figure suddenly flew past him and snatched the hammer away. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 2072. Wei Zhe was shocked and quickly looked up. The one who did it was none other than Dumpling. Previously, she had been wandering around, so Wei Zhe didn't take her seriously. In addition, all his attention was on Chu Liuyue. In a moment of carelessness, Dumpling took advantage of the loophole. At this moment, Dumpling was holding the hammer in her hand and sizing it up seriously. She knocked it with her hand and sniffed it with her nose. Her face was full of curiosity and inquiry. Wei Zhe was scared out of his wits. He immediately pointed at Dumpling and shouted in a trembling voice. You! What are you doing? Hurry up and return this old man's things. Dumpling grinned. What's the hurry? I just felt that this thing was a little strange and wanted to take a look at it. I'll return it to you later. As she spoke, she looked at the hammer in her hand with a puzzled expression. This thing wasn't heavy. At a glance, it didn't look any different from an ordinary hammer. There seemed to be some patterns engraved on it, but she couldn't understand it. Boom! A cluster of flames burned in Dumpling's hand and quickly surrounded the hammer. Wei Zhe's eyes almost rolled back, and he almost fainted. This time, he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Shangguan Yu. Don't go too far. This crimson gold heavenly phoenix was her contracted fiend. If she hadn't secretly instructed it, this crimson gold heavenly phoenix wouldn't have suddenly attacked. Chu Liuyue finally flew down from the sea of lightning and came to Dumpling's side. She touched Dumpling's round hair bun, then looked up at Wei Zhe and smiled. Family Wei, why are you so nervous? Dumpling is still a child. It's inevitable that she's curious and wants to play. Don't mind her taking your things. After all, we can't snatch your things in front of so many people, right? Wei Zhe was furious. Now that the item was in their hands, how could this not be considered robbery? That belongs to this old man. You are already offending him. Shangguan Yu, this old man has already admitted defeat. What else do you want? Chu Liuyue blinked. Family Wei, you've misunderstood me. I really don't want to do anything. After all, this belongs to you, doesn't it? Dumpling, hurry up and return the things to the family Wei. Dumpling seemed a little regretful when she heard this, but she still nodded obediently. Oh! She grabbed the hammer with both hands and handed it over to Chu Liuyue. Chu Liuyue took the item. The flames on it also dissipated, revealing its original appearance. Chu Liuyue looked down and sized him up, raising his eyebrows slightly. The flames of the crimson gold heavenly phoenix were unable to leave any marks on it. It was not even able to detect any abnormalities. This was the most unusual thing. Even the best refined iron in the world would not remain unchanged after being tossed around by Dumpling. Moreover, the material of this hammer was only above average. Dumpling tugged at Chu Liuyue's sleeve. A trace of regret flashed across her grape-like big eyes. There was really something wrong with this item. However, she could not figure out what was going on even after looking at it for a while. Chu Liuyue pinched her little face and then handed her the hammer. Family Wei, your item. Wei Zhe was about to step forward when Chu Liuyue suddenly took back the item. He raised his eyebrows and said with a half-smile, I'm not going to lie to you. To tell you the truth, I'm also very curious about this treasure of yours. Previously, I had used 3 sacred weapons and 8 Dozun stage divine weapons. However, you only relied on this iron hammer to firmly suppress me. This thing of yours is simply more powerful than a sacred weapon. Wei Zai's heart skipped a beat. No matter what, that's my business. It has nothing to do with you. How can it have nothing to do with me? You almost defeated me with this item. I'm just curious. It doesn't seem like a big deal to ask a few more questions, right? As Chu Luiyue spoke, he held the hammer in his hand and weighed it in his hand. He seemed to be eager to give it a try. Although the Thousand Peaks halberd did not recognize you as its master, why would you care about those things when you have such a treasure? Wei Zai was furious and immediately attacked. Chi! A few silver needles flew out. They instantly enveloped Chu Luiyue. The two of them were very close to each other. Wei Zai's attack came without any warning. Chu Luiyue had just heard the sound of the air being torn apart. When he looked over, he saw that the silver needles had already flown to his eyes. There was no way to avoid them. At this moment, a golden barrier suddenly condensed in front of him. Clang! 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 The silver needles were blocked. After a series of clanging sounds, they were crushed into powder by the terrifying pressure of the barrier before they could fall to the ground. They disappeared in an instant. Wei Zai sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the tall figure that had appeared in front of Chu Luiyue out of nowhere. Rong Xiu's strength was already so powerful. Family Wei clan leader. You attacked without a word. Isn't your temper a little too impatient? Rong Xiu spoke slowly, but his voice was cold. You're in such a hurry. Are you worried that we will snatch your item in public, or do you have something that can't be seen? As soon as Rong Xiu finished speaking, Wei Zai was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He retorted harshly. Rong Xiu, don't make irresponsible remarks. Chu Luiyue's eyes suddenly focused. Rong Xiu tilted his head. What's wrong? Chu Luiyue hesitated for a moment, raised his eyes to look at him, and handed the hammer over. Take a look. The aura inside was inexplicably familiar. Wonderful book house. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.